Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Wisdom Saves. My name is Dom, and we've got the crew back for episode 2 of the campaign that I still don't have a name for. Gosh, I was thinking about an episode, a title for last week's episode, and then I forgot about the larger picture. But hey, hi everybody, how's everyone doing?
Excellent.
Oh, I forgot that was to us.
Yeah.
I'm like just listening, like, yeah.
I'm just communicating to chat.
A minute of silence while we wait for chat to respond.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, I should pull up Twitch so I can actually see chat.
What's that?
The eternal struggle. Yeah, I think I do have a title for the campaign, but I don't want to reveal it yet because there may be spoilers involved. There are things that are going to be happening. Speaking of things that are happening, let's talk about the things that happened last week. The crew of intrepid heroes found themselves remembering the first time that some of them were knocked unconscious. And some of them were actually, in fact, not knocked unconscious. Some of them were coerced and led into a secret underground chamber, whereupon the party first met for the first official time and had an opportunity to try to figure out why they were where they were, and discovered several clues to something that might be going on, that might be alluding to why they're in that odd location that they managed to have now find themselves in. A room filled with abyssal and infernal glyphs all along the wall, a statue of a goat-headed man in an awkward sort of demonic pose, plans marking different locations across the city, and something to do with fireworks. However, shortly thereafter, the party found themselves exiting the chamber and coming across a band of goblins, which they promptly dispatched. Now, I say that super quickly in like 2 minutes, but that was a 3-hour session. So let's see what's going to happen this week. Why don't we go through... Oh, we've got names on top of everyone. Do we want to introduce everyone again, or just hop in?
We usually do a quick intro, but depends what everyone's feeling.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Just do quick intros.
Repeat ourselves until everyone remembers.
Just hammer the name in, exactly. So Eredan, tell us a little bit about yourself real quick. The one person that's muted.
You'll cut it, you're muted.
You're still muted. Your Discord muted.
Hooray! Sorry, everyone. I play Eredan. He is a party boy who makes terrible life decisions and is a man on the run.
Awesome. Eminence, you're up.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I play Eminence. She is a spoilt tiefling brat who doesn't know what's good for her.
Aha. Brynjael.
Hello, I am Alishiera. I'm playing Brynjael. She is just a good goyle. She's a paladin, and she's just happy to be here.
Was there a Y in girl there? Was that?
No, there was an I, goyle. She's a good goyle.
Okay, all right. Natalie, you're up next.
Oh, right, clockwise. Yep,
Clockwise.
I'm Natalie. I'm
That's
a
every
half-orc
time.
barbarian who just really wants to be a good girl.
I like the R and the lack of an additional OI in there.
The goyle.
Oriana. Yeah, Oriana, you're up.
Hi, I'm Mel. I play Oriana. She is a tiefling cleric. And she
Okay.
angry.
She angry. Yes. I think that's the least that we can say about Oriana. Aery, and you are rounding us out.
I play Aery. He is a bisexual disaster elf sorcerer.
Amazing.
Succinct and to the point. I like it. So we now find our 6 characters in almost like what once may have been a mess hall. There is broken furniture scattered to the sides. Some bedding and blankets have been torn up and shredded into almost makeshift nests where these goblins were residing. The walls are covered in this fine sort of orangish powder, reminiscent to Brynjael of the Squire's Bane berry. And there are the corpses of several goblins along the room. Actually, that was a good point that someone just mentioned in chat. What do our characters look like? Why don't we go through and say, do like a proper in character, here's what I look like introduction?
Yeah, we start
Let's
in the
go
same.
clockwise again.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Same direction. Look, we've set up pattern at this point. Eredan, tell us about Eredan.
Change the overlay order so you're not first all the time if you want.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Cheers. Eredan is tall for an elf, but average height by human standards. Appears to be in his late teens or early 20s, where a human to do the guessing. He has short, wavy black hair and grey eyes. Many years of practice in the training halls of the Bard College have left him with the build of an acrobat, and he has the look of one who has neither slept nor seen the sun in some time. What would have been a fair complexion on a better day now makes him look like something of a ghost, and he has deep, dark circles under his eyes. He has a studied demeanor of nonchalance and an easy grin most of the time, but when he's not concentrating on being charming, his movements are quick and jerky, like he's about to make a run for it at any moment. He's equipped in good quality leather armor, dyed in muted shades of blue and grey, with incongruently expensive looking and brightly covered silk brocade sticking out around the edges of his armor's padding. He's carrying 2 short swords, and a longbow is strapped to his back.
That was such a good explanation.
Yeah, what is
I
that
know.
instrument by
Why
that?
did you go
Follow
first?
What instrument does Eredan play when he tries to...
Oh, that's fair. He has a flute attached by a carabiner to his belt.
A carabiner for a flute?
No, it's like a clip. So you strap it to your belt. It hangs.
So does it have like an extra ring, or is there just one of the holes are punched through the flute all the way, and like the carabiner just goes through it?
No, there's a ring on one end.
Okay,
it's just like
sure.
a military fife, if you know what
it's got like a grip. Yeah.
I can see it
I just like the
now.
idea. Yeah, I just like the idea of a flute attached via carabiner, because it's just so incongruous side by side. Okay, Eminence. Tell us about Eminence.
Okay, Eminence is a tiefling, as I mentioned. So she has purplish skin. She would probably be, some would consider her attractive in the face if it weren't for the fact that most D&D creatures are quite racist towards tieflings. She has long blonde hair that she takes very good care of, and her horns are kind of ram's horn shape. They curl back away from her face. She's wearing fine clothes that may have seen better days. Her long dress is getting a little tatty. Her shoes are scuffed. Her shoes are pretty inappropriate for what she's doing, actually. They have like block heels on them, because she just won't give that up. She makes them her that little bit taller than Oriana, which she likes. That's pretty much it. I haven't prepared anything like
Sure.
our wonderful Josh has.
So what does Eminence use for her spell casting? Does she use some sort of symbol, a wand, a staff?
She does, yeah. She has a it's called Arcane Focus, a thing.
Yeah.
She has a medallion necklace that is a red ruby.
Ooh, very nice. Okay, Brynjael, tell us about Bryn.
So Bryn is cool and surprisingly slender build for a paladin. She's wearing polished, it's like silvery white almost, her plate mail and chainmail. She has slung across her back a halberd, and she also has a morning star resting at her waist. She has distinctly almost elven features, but like on top of that, there's like cresting at the high points of her face and like tops of her hands, like a little glisten of like scales here and there, as well as on her head, cresting like around her crown, some fine horns that are protruding through her very snow white hair, which is pulled up into a very high ponytail, but even pulled away from her face, hangs down to about waist length. She has slightly taloned hands and also a slender tail as well. And it's just like a very, like, you can almost see like the anime, like when someone's happy, like the little like glow coming from her. She's just very pleasant, and she's just like likes to be a very positive person.
What color scales does Bryn have?
Silvery white.
Okay, much like her hair.
Much like her hair, yeah, very so.
Gotcha. Awesome. Natalie, tell us about Natalie.
I keep going left to right, and then I'm like, why am I next?
The one time you get used to it, we're gonna go the other way.
I know, and then I'm gonna be like, so Natalie is a rather tall half-orc. She has a deep green skin, but some rather strikingly blue eyes. She has long, dark braid with a bit of an undercut underneath. And she's wearing quite tight leathers and such, a cape around her shoulders that's joined by a little collared tie-up piece there. She has rather protruding tusks coming upward, and she's a rather muscly gal, to put it lightly. She's also covered, her clothes look really new, like they've just very recently been purchased, but also she's covered in rat guts.
That'll happen when you pancake some rats. Okay, Oriana, you're up.
I feel a little bit like a lot of my description is going to be like, she kind of looks like Natalie, but not quite so much. So Oriana is a tiefling like her sister Eminence, also purple in color. Her horns are quite different. She's got big, sweepy, upward horns, more like a traditional demon. She is taller than her sister, naturally, but she's wearing sensible shoes, so you can't really tell. She's also well-dressed in clothes that have seen maybe a little bit of a better day. Big cape, big red cape, just because red is good. And she carries a big shield with a sword emblem on it. And a huge mace, really big mace.
Awesome.
And she's perpetually grumpy.
What does she use as a? Does she use a spellcasting focus, or does she have some sort of symbology?
She has a holy symbol. It is another shield, but it's a small one this time that she wears as a cloak pin.
Gotcha. Awesome. And to round us out, Aery.
Is very slightly built elf. He has almost fae-like qualities about him. He has like a pale ginger, almost like pinkish touched hair. And his skin is like very pale, but in the right lights has like almost a pearlescent sheen to it. He has rose pink colored eyes and is just generally very cheerful. As far as his outfits, he has many, but they usually include staples of thigh-high boots and high-waisted pants because he's bougie. But then usually like very like flowy, like pastel sort of palettes with like pops of bright colors. He wears a lot of jewelry. He has like jeweled necklaces, and he has like a headpiece, and yeah, he's super bougie. But he has a wand as his spellcasting focus that is like very carved and delicate and has an inset diamond.
Very nice. So is he wearing his headpiece now? Like, I'm curious about. Are we talking like tiara? Are we just talking like a circlet?
Yeah, it's a bit like a tiara. It like is sort of like a headband that has little like jewels that sort of stick through his hair. So his hair is back, and it goes over, and then it's just like the little like jeweled pieces that stick through. And then there's a small chain with like a little jewel that like sits against his forehead. So.
I can imagine that is absolutely not distracting when getting into more complicated fights.
Not at all. He doesn't care. It looks good.
That's the end goal. Excellent. So the six of you now find yourselves standing in this room surrounded by goblin and rat corpses and some rat pancakes. There's a door to the south and a door to the east, and one open hallway leading up to the north, which is where the party came from. This hallway leads back by an L curve to the room that had sort of all the infernal script along the walls. What would you like to do?
Well, I suppose we should try and get out of here, but which door are we going to take?
The rest is sounding obvious, the one that leads us out. Is there any way to tell, like, you said that the last episode that the doors are rather old, but does it kind of seem like maybe one's more used than another?
Sure, yeah, the door to the south definitely seems more used. That said, if I remember correctly, you guys pushed the door off its hinges
The one
to
that we
try
came
and
through.
open it.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that was the other door. You're correct.
Hmm.
Yeah, no. So there are two doors. The door to the south looks like it may be a little bit more used. That said, the door to the east, you can see handprints at about waist height that correspond roughly to the height of the goblins when standing up. Just at a glance, it seems as though that door seems to be more regularly used by the goblins, but the other door seems to be the primary conveyance in and out of this chamber.
So I get the feeling that, like, because they were holed up here, they were going in and out from that door, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll relay that to everyone then, and just let them know that, like, door to the south looks pretty used, but it seems like they've been going in and out that one. It could be
If
either
I
that's an
check
exit
the-
or...
Yeah, if I have a look at the cracks around the door, can I feel for any sort of breeze or fresh air?
Make a. Ooh, you're looking specifically. Make an investigation check. And which door are you checking?
I'll check the south one after what Natalie said. Ooh,
Okay.
that's a 5. What's my modifier?
A 5.
7.
You place your hand by the door. You don't feel any breeze coming through it.
I don't know about anyone else, but I may even be keen to maybe not leave immediately, but maybe get a few more clues about what this is and what this place is. Maybe we just try one and see where it leads us?
Sounds like a plan.
Yes. I have to say, I'm quite suspicious of the fact that there's so many powders here.
I agree.
Yes, it does seem like he was planning to poison a lot of people. Or sell
Certainly.
it. Could be black market trade.
But also the explosives.
Could be planning on poisoning everybody and then having a party.
They're the kind of parties that you have, or?
Occasionally.
Right.
Maybe he was planning to blow up the town or something.
But then
Make
why
it as a
poison them?
sacrifice.
Well, certainly, you said that he was piling explosives when you all made your way out of. This is to Eminence and Oriana. When you were making your way out, you said he was lighting explosives. He was certainly trying to cover some kind of tracks here.
Yes, he was clearly trying to explode us. Not realizing, I imagine, that that's the least effective way to do us.
That's true.
Right in thinking that there is still a burning building above us somewhere.
Somewhere. A decent
Okay.
way back. But I do think getting out of here is a priority.
Yes, if everything is going to blow up, I would prefer not to be amongst it.
The door's
Well, I
locked,
second that.
though, right?
The door to the south is. The door to the east is not.
But it's the south one we want to go through, yeah?
It didn't really matter. We were going to try either, because they could have been...
I say when in doubt, try the door they don't want us to go through.
All right, well, one more locked door. Does anyone want to have an attempt at opening it, or shall we use our slightly cruder but somewhat effective methods that we used for the previous?
I can give it a shot. All right. So what is that? Sleight of hand?
Sure. You're just trying to pick the lock?
Yep.
Yeah. That sounds fair.
Sick. So 16.
Oh, you
16.
said sick. I thought you said 6. I was like, well, I guess we're hitting that.
Sorry.
Yeah, with the 16, you are able to jimmy the lock, and after a relatively easy attempt that's nice and relatively quiet, the lock clicks and the door swings a little bit.
So I just kind of kind of lean over a bit and try and peer through the crack of the door that it's just open a bit to see if there's anyone waiting for us on the other side, like a guard or whatever.
Make a perception check and a stealth check.
Perception is 17. I'm doing well today. And stealth is... And I spoke too soon. Stealth is 9.
9. You creak the door open and slowly lean your head out. And as you do, your footing slips on some of the dust on the floor and you kind of stumble out into the hallway. Just a step, a single step. That said, there is no one in this hallway. It is a straight hallway. It continues on for about 15 feet before it ascends in stairs up to a trap door, a wooden trap door. And about 10 feet down the hallway, there are 2 doors that go to the left and to the right. So it's upside down cross, where the bottom of the cross goes upstairs.
Yeah. All right. So I step out and into the hallway since there's no point just sitting on the floor. I say to the rest of the party, the pathway seems to be clear. Do we just head up towards the surface straight away, or explore around a bit? There seems to be a few more rooms.
I could go a quick explore, but again, explosives.
I agree.
I say we just leave.
I am a tad concerned about the Asmodeus aspect of this, but leaving is the priority.
I mean, you saw the state of the room. I doubt he's actually a follower of Asmodeus.
Idiots might be disorganized, but they can still be slightly dangerous at times if they've got the numbers.
True.
I just want to have just a quick look, just a peek, and then I'll leave.
Well,
Where we can.
I'm intrigued to see if there's anything else that's an indication of what all these berries are doing here. And Brynjael is going to walk to the door on the left, downstairs.
Awesome. Oh, so you're going down the hallway, at the foot of the stairs by the other doors? Sure.
Yes.
You can see
if it's
immediately. Yeah, both of these doors are open. They're both open just a crack, but you do not see anything. Oh, I actually forgot about this. Eredan, with your, 17 perception?
Yep.
You heard voices from the trap door above, and Brynjael walking through the hallway. You also can hear the voices coming from above in the trap door.
Are they in... Which language are they in? Are they in Common or are they in Goblin? Or
It's muffled and at a distance.
Okay. So does it sound like they're like immediately, like if we open the trapdoor, they'd be like...
No, it sounds like they're a little distance away.
Okay. She's gonna try and be quiet and freaking chainmail, like walking to the left door then.
Yep. All right.
I mean, now that you said it, I gotta ask. Let's get a stealth check.
So
as you clink, clink, clink.
I mean, she does have, like, there are fabric components of it. Oh, that was almost good, and then it's really nice. She has a negative. No, she does have a positive, so that's 7.
7. Good, good. So you think you're being real quiet, but the rest of you standing at, like, down the hallway at the end of the room can almost hear the metal resonate down the hall back into the room that you're standing in.
It sounds pretty, at least.
Amazing.
Well, she's going to peer through the door if it's open.
The door on your left from that perspective. So peering through, you can see almost like a makeshift desk. There's a small chair behind it, pushed up against one of the sides of the room. You can see a cot with a bedside table, like half a glass of water, and next to it, a half-drunk bottle of beer. You see personal effects, different clothing scattered throughout the room. Yeah, that's about it.
I'm gonna turn around, and again, because she thinks she's stealthy, There's nothing really in this room. Maybe we should try the other one.
What is
Like,
your
whisper,
passive
yeah.
perception?
Her passive perception. Sorry. Passive perception 13.
13?
Yes.
You see that some of the bricks in one of the walls are not aligned in a pattern. So each of the bricks are kind of brick-laid in a specific way. You can see that some of the bricks are different from the pattern in a roughly rectangular shape.
And that was in like the bedroom-esque room?
Yes.
Or like the one that does? Never mind, we might be onto something in this one. And she's gonna go through.
Sure. You step into the room. You can see there are papers scattered across the desk, a quill with an ink bottle that's currently stoppered. Yeah, it appears to be like a shabby office. Not very well kept, not very well maintained. The sheets are kind of pulled half off the bed. The clothing is just strewn about the floor if it's not folded.
I guess she's gonna wait and see what everyone else does as well. Like, she's just ventured off into the fray, but
Yeah, if she went down the hallway and then like into the room, Aery would like creep after her. Assuming there's no sounds of immediate death, he would take that risk.
So would Eredan.
Okay. The two of you also creep your way down, and the rest of you?
The second door directly opposite from the door that they've just gone in.
Yes, there is a second door. It's like just barely open.
Instead of going straight through the door, I have like probably very badly, a peek. May I peek through the other door before I
You
commit
absolutely
to
may.
the other one?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Oh shit! Nat 20!
Nat 20. You put your eye right up to the side of this door, and you can see into the rest of the room. There are 3 cots, 2 regular-sized cots, and one that seems to be like a plus size, just much, much larger. Each of them have small chests at the foot of them, bedside tables. There is a pungent odor. This room has been lived in and not very well cleaned or maintained. But that aside, you see clothing strewn about the floor in different sizes. What else do you see in that chamber? Yeah, no, that's about it, I think. What's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 12.
12? Yeah, I think that's all you see with that particular chamber.
But there's nobody in there?
There's no one in the room, no. Not that you can see.
I don't think I care if it stinks, if it doesn't look. Bedroom doesn't seem like the most important place to investigate, so I will also follow them into the room that does have interesting things inside.
Sure.
Potentially
Yes.
interesting.
I'll hesitantly be following behind Oriana.
Okay. I believe that just leaves Natalie.
I would just like to keep an eye on where they're going, but there was still the eastern door that was open, right?
Yes,
That was in the same room.
Closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, closed but unlocked.
Can I do a sneak in there, keeping in mind that I know that they've just shut off? Like keeping, looking through the door and being like, "You went that way, okay? I'm gonna go this way for
Trying to
quickly."
keep an eye. Absolutely, yeah. Are you just gonna open the door and walk in, or what?
No, I'm gonna at least like put an ear to the wall, like the door, and like see if I can hear anything.
Perception check.
Perception? That can't be too bad. That's a 15.
15. You put your ear against the wood and steel bars of the door. No sounds come through. Even with your ear sort of on the door, you can feel no vibrations either.
Okay. Fuck it, I'm gonna open it.
Okay.
But like slowly. Like
like a horror movie, yeah. Now that you've
know.
split off from the rest of the party.
Look, I'm in another room. It's not too that bad.
Sure. Gosh. It's times like these when I'm like, mimic now, mimic later. You put your hand on the handle of the door, and it rotates. Smooth, well-oiled click. The door unlatches and slowly swings. And immediately as the door clears past the threshold and you get the first glimpse into this kitchen, toilet, both, the odor just hits you right in the face, like onions and corpses, and nausea almost immediately overwhelms you as the door swings open the rest of the way, and you can see flies buzzing in the corner. It appears that this was, at some point, some sort of kitchen for the primary room where the goblins were staying. However, it has since been converted into a latrine. There is a pile in the corner. Sand has been tossed on it. You can see half of it looks charred, as if they struggled to find different ways to get rid of it, but were unsuccessful with multiple methods. So the solution appears to have been a blanket pushed up against the foot of the door, which now has fallen free, and the door is open, and the odor immediately just wafts out. Rusty knives on the wall, different shreds of old meat and jerky. This is not a kitchen that any reasonable humanoid would use. But goblins don't care.
Of course it's me. Can I at least just check, did someone leave their phone behind? Like,
Yeah.
You do a sneaky trip to the toilet
pull
and
out
just leave your phone behind,
The Find My iPhone app. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a investigation check.
Oh, I like these dice. Wait, that's a natural 19, but I think I'm negative. Yes, so 18.
18. You see next to the pile in the corner, scratched into the wall, are like different notes and messages. You see one of them is like actually a number of days, and it's over 20, 21, 22, 23-ish days. It gets a little fuzzy because it looks like some of the additional participants of this activity decided to contribute to the number themselves, so it gets a little unclear with different scratches. But you can see that this is not a recent thing. This has been ongoing for at least a couple of weeks.
So I do get the feeling that they are days. Like, it's not just like an arbitrary number. It's...
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Like, you do see, like, arbitrary messages, like, here I sit, tried to,
dicks and all that kind of thing. Like,
yeah. For a good time, call Grork.
Yeah. No, I get you. All right, I'll keep note of that, and I will try and close the door. I'd imagine in that kind of awkward way when you've just dropped a towel and you can't like quite close the door anymore. And
Yeah.
Nope,
It's like
I'm leaving.
It's like kind of rustling a little bit against the frame, but before finally the latch clicks shut, and there's still just like the little after scent of the odor.
Cool. Neat.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. At least I know though. And I'll join them in the room and head in there.
Sure. So the rest of you are in this shabby office. What would you like to do? You're probably there for maybe 15 or 20 seconds before Natalie rushes in, rounding out the six of you.
Bryn is like up at the wall where the bricks aren't the same.
Yeah.
And just like kind of pointing out, because I think Aery would have been the first to come into the room after her. So to be pointing out, this pattern doesn't quite line up correctly, and I know we're not expecting master craftsmanship from slots, but this is a fairly distinctive misplacing of brick.
Yes, very lazy, if you ask me. Can I look and see if there are any like themes, like if it can open, or?
Absolutely, yeah. Make an investigation check with advantage.
Ooh, an 18 and an 11.
Yeah, absolutely. It's roughly I don't know, about 2 feet wide by maybe a foot tall. Just this sort of rectangular shape in the brick. Sorry, your audio was a bit muffled.
It's been cutting out a lot. So does it look like it can be opened?
It appears to be a rectangular.
That's what I was investigating.
Seam, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to try to like push, pull, rotate, twist?
Bop it.
Just pushed, but I'm gonna do it because I have a -3 to strength.
Okay.
if she's pointing this out to Bryn, then Bryn would allow me and try and, I guess, pull it in so that if the whole thing comes out, she might be able to like brace and catch it rather than pushing it through and it like smashing on the ground on the other side.
Okay. Sure. So you kind of get your fingers into the seams, try to pull, and it doesn't seem to pull out.
Okay, then she'll try and push
Yes,
it.
perhaps it can be pushed in instead.
Yeah. When
Oh.
pushing, you apply just a small amount of force and you hear a click.
Oh. She's like
Sorry.
standing.
Was-
It's like what's that Keanu Reeves movie where he like can't take his foot off the accelerator? It's just like even if I never
Speed.
take my
Landmine.
hands off this, we're not gonna all blow up.
So Eredan is just gonna hit the deck on pure instinct.
You just hear this click and just, oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
100%.
I'm just going to look over here at this bookshelf. Good luck.
Right.
No, I'm
Um,
kidding. It's going to be fine. Just let go. I'm sure we won't die.
Like, oh, okay, if you say so, she's gonna let go.
Okay,
Like, yeah,
as you
fine.
do, this time the rectangle in the wall kind of slides out a little bit.
Now can try and like it's protruding,
Like,
or it's
Yeah.
like
pushed across.
yeah, can it like be swung now or something?
It appears it's kind of like those cabinets that are like lined perfectly, and then when you push it, a spring pushes it out
Yeah.
so that it appears aligned and then re-lines up. So that's kind of what it seems to be. Do you open it?
Spring-loaded
Yes.
stone door.
Okay.
Oh well,
As
I
you-
mean, does it look suspicious? Like, I mean, it's already like a weird wall thing. Does it look like there's anything whack about it, like on the seams, or is it like clean around the edges? Where
Imagine if we were the sort of characters who would check for traps, but we're not.
Imagine if we had a thief. What would that be like?
Yeah.
Tomb of Horrors. Oh, good times. So do you want to check for traps? It
I
appears to
mean,
be
she's
a
not
segment
particularly
of
good
brick
at it.
that's not lined up. Yeah.
Nah, actually, she wouldn't. She's gonna just pull it open. Am I
Okay.
kidding?
It swings open towards you. Make a dexterity saving throw for me.
9.
Okay, perfect. As you open this rectangle on the wall and swing it out past your face, the moment you get a glimpse of what's inside, a spider lands, boop, right on your nose from the ceiling.
Cute.
And there's just a brief little moment of panic of like, oh god, it's trapped. Oh no, it's a spider. But you guide the spider off and let it go. Inside, you see what looks to be a small safe. Or the contents of a safe, I should say. There's a pouch containing 7 gold. In addition to that, I would ask that you roll a D100 for me.
Mm. 85.
85. Okay, cool. You find. Just flip the page. I love random number generation. There you go. You find an instrument of the bards. What appears to be specifically a lute. And it is very, very fine.
We gonna loot the loot.
Yeah, it's a loot loot.
It's a loot loot.
Yeah.
I hate myself.
This lute it's sort of got a conical body. You can see that the front of it is inlaid with fine silver filigree in the shapes of various animals. On two sides of it, on opposite sides, there are two wolves, both howling upwards. Adjacent to the string, you can see a rabbit on one side, a bear on the other, and at the top of the the top of the body, you can see two swans sort of extending their wings out away from each other, their noses coming in together in symmetry.
Excuse me, do you mind if I have a look at that? Professional curiosity. I want to see if there's anything I can figure out about it. That was to.
That's where the ones that opens a suspicious rock.
Oh, I'm
thing.
sure he's not going to steal it from us.
I've no interest in thievery. I just want to get out of here alive right now. But that's the most beautiful loot I've seen in quite some time.
Okay, I guess it's fine. And she'll give him the loot, and she'll look at Aery, and again, like, kind of like take in how like ritzy Aery's appearance is, and
He'll just be like, "Look at us, so successful."
very much. This might be of more use to you. And she's just going to give Aery the 7 gold.
The gold.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, I suppose.
Alright. Can I guess I guess it would be an Arcana check to see if it's anything
Sure.
more than a
Yeah,
fancy loot.
make an Arcana check.
I've got a plus. I do have a plus. 12.
12. With a 12 Arcana, it is an exceptionally well-made loot. Clearly made by some sort of master craftsman. Even just barely plucking the strings a little bit, it seems to have this almost ethereal quality to how it resonates, that almost fills the space of the chamber. You can also see that the strings aren't in the best shape, and there is a fine layer of dust over the top of it. So you get the sense that this isn't something that has been played very recently. The cat gut is very, very dry. You probably still could play it, but just by the condition of it, you would probably break a string within the first 15 or 20 minutes of playing.
Yeah, it needs some work. Cool. Alright, so I offer it back to Bryn and go, there's nothing particularly unusual I can determine about it, but it's a very finely crafted piece. Needs some work though. Hasn't been maintained for some time.
Well, maybe once we're out of here, we can find someone that can see to that.
It is very beautiful.
It is quite nice. I've always wanted to learn, but it's never really been my proficiency.
I wonder why a goblin would hide this.
Yeah, it's not very well, maybe one of his victims owned it previously.
The man upstairs isn't a goblin.
Oh,
Ooh, can we like look at all the paperwork and stuff? Is it like you said there were papers everywhere on the desk?
Yeah. So you see many different shipping manifests, coming and goings for different foods, different wines, clothing, different spices, lumber. You see a significant amount of documentation that seems to give the image, at the very least, of some sort of business, some sort of trade that happens fairly regularly. 2 or 3 different shipments either going in or coming out per day.
Is there any like crest, like someone signing off on the deliveries or insignia or anything on them?
Yeah. You are able to find a name. The name is Red Rook.
Rook as in like the piece rook?
Yes.
She's gonna like point out the name, and when she finds it, this doesn't particularly seem like something someone would commonly go by. Potentially an alias?
who could know? People have all sorts of strange names.
I mean, this is
This might be a good time to mention, I went into that side room in the little weird mess hall thing, and I got the feeling that these goblins have been here for approximately about 23-ish days. If they're getting shipments...
that is a very specific amount of time.
I know,
An
right?
incredibly specific amount of time.
I'm
do you
super
feel like
specific
onion?
like that. But at least knowing that they've been here for a while seems a little strange, considering...
Is there any like pattern to the deliveries? Because they're like clothes and food and stuff like that. Is there anything that like stands out as being like very regular, or like they always get the same thing?
Make an investigation check.
Keep breaking my pencil.
10 plus 4, 14.
With 14, you're unable to find a specific pattern. It just appears to be general trade being done by some sort of merchant. I will say that you are able to see not regular, but common shipments of black powder. And in addition to that, you also see I think that's what stands out to you the most.
Cool.
Yeah.
Are there any drawers in the desk?
They are not. It is closer to a table than a desk, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other like container chests or any note in the room now that we're
there
in
is
the
a
room?
half-open chest at the foot of the bed that just seems to be filled with clothes.
Just gonna look in the chest anyway, just in
Sure.
case.
Yeah, you toss through it. It just appears to be filled with clothes. It doesn't stand out to you too much. You, at the very least, can see that the clothes seem to be sized for a human male or a larger woman.
Judging by the clothes, we're dealing at least with a humanoid larger than a goblin. As the main head of operation, at least.
I wonder why he wants to blow everything up.
And why poison people as well? Squire's Spain is not a quick death. It causes a lot of pain on the process. And I mean, unless you're wanting to incapacitate an entire village.
Even still, though, like, there's not really a way to guarantee that everyone will eat what you feed them.
Well, unless you get it into the public waterway. I mean, I guess we can go and investigate if there's a town well or something that would be commonplace, potentially checking at the inn if an innkeeper's in some kind of deal, if someone wanted to cause mass poisoning, but then spiking the ale or maybe targeting travelers.
Perhaps. I still wonder why they thought we would be useful to them.
Maybe sacrifices? Isn't that the tradition? You sacrifice people to a demon lord?
I don't know. I've never
That's
done
a
it.
little stereotypical and
sensitive.
insensitive.
Yes.
I don't know about the rest of you, but there was this weird gentleman. I was at the herbalist and I was treating a boy that has been poisoned by Squire's Bane, and this very rough gentleman, and he was ordering a very bizarre mixture of not so medicinal herbs that's more recreational, and that's really the last thing. So it wasn't matching the description that the two of you gave of the eccentric gentleman upstairs.
No.
So Red Rook.
I feel like the man upstairs, judging by his living quarters, is probably not all that in charge of everything. He'd have to have help.
The guy whose ad I responded to, what name was on the ad?
His name was Cordast Chin.
Okay.
Well, in any case, we can't really do much else down here. There are voices upstairs, so I guess we ready ourselves and try to leave.
I'm all good for that.
Quite ready to leave.
Yes, it stinks in here.
You can smell
So is
onion.
that a normal rat?
Natalie will kind of like self-consciously like try and wipe off a little bit of the guts on her clothes.
If I notice her doing that, I'll use prestidigitation and try and help her clear out.
Yeah, awesome. There's like a as all the remaining like viscera and like powdered blood just moves 1 inch away from Natalie like a force field, and then falls down to the ground and just creates like a perfectly circular puddle around Natalie's feet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I don't imagine that would have smelled nice in a few days.
I mean, you could consider bathing.
Smell nice now, to be honest.
You know, he
rat
is
guts
right.
are rat guts.
That's very true. Shall we leave?
Let's. Jinx.
We're off to
We're twins
go
now.
upstairs.
So next there's the room across the hall, which I believe Eminence took a look at.
Oriana, I think.
Oriana.
had
It was
one.
me.
Yeah.
Yes. And there are the stairs going up to the trapdoor.
Oriana will share that it doesn't look like there's anything in that room, just some beds and some stink and some boxes of clothes.
Yeah, do you want to take like a deeper look or just at a glance?
I'm not keen to.
Oh, sorry.
But I figured
you're
I would-
sharing that. I
yeah.
understand.
If anybody else wants to have a look, I'm just going, that's what's in there. I don't think it's important. If you want to, just go ahead. I'm not going back in there. It's stinky.
Ugh, stinky. Why everything
It's
stinky
very
around
bad.
here?
Goblins
maybe-
and rat plagues.
Maybe we'll get more answers from someone rather than some room.
I agree.
That's what I was thinking. So next group of people we come across, perhaps maybe we don't kill them all. I mean, we'll kill them all eventually, but we'll keep one temporarily.
Well, I mean,
like
we
a
can
pet.
see if kill them all. We don't necessarily need to kill all of them, but as long as they're helpful and they're not a threat any longer.
As long as they don't sick the rats onto us.
That is also, yes, I would. They would just.
That was rude. Oh, well, let's go.
I'll kind of like do like a silent motion to Brynjael and like hold my hand axe and like have a hand on the trapdoor, but like gesture for her to be just behind me. You know, like so
Bryn
that we're
will
at the
be-
front.
Yeah, she'll be behind. She'll have a halberd so that she can like. It
Stab.
past. Yeah, I can stab past something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear the voices a little closer now on the other side of the trapdoor. It sounds like regular conversation, but every now and again there's laughter and some louder conversation. You can make out words like you're like.
Does it seem common or?
It does appear to be common, yes. Do you want to try to take a listen, or are you gonna just open the door?
I'll just like maybe like again motion to Bryn and like take an ear to like the door, like kind of
Sure.
inviting her to also do it. I guess
Yeah,
is what I'm
Bryn.
trying to
So
say.
it is flat above you. You would need to like walk up the stairs and then like put your ear up against it.
Yeah, I'll try
Yeah,
to be sneaky.
do that.
I can do that.
Fine.
Sure.
Maybe.
I'll have the both of you give me stealth checks.
Hell yeah, she's so good at things. We've already seen.
Yeah, look, it's a +2. That makes it a 9.
I have 10.
Woo! Together we're a 19.
Yeah, so
We're a dynamic
collectively-
duo, what can we say?
Collectively, one of you is partially stealthy if you combine your scores. But that's not how this works. The two of you noisily try to reposition. It's not a super wide stairway, and you're both trying to get like your ears up into it one of you like misses a step and like bangs your shin against the steps, the stone steps. But finally,
Like-
the two of you. Go ahead.
Envisioning us like accident like hitting our heads together as we're both like leaning up. Just, oh, so sorry.
Yeah, the two of you put your ears up to the wooden trapdoor. Go ahead and take a perception check.
Sorry, that is very loud. 16.
And 15.
16 and a 15. The two of you collectively, you're able to piece together 3 different voices. It takes you about 30 or 45 seconds because the words that they're saying don't really make sense until you realize that the 3 voices seem to be playing a card game.
Right.
Brynjael will like look back at everyone like waiting down at the stairs and just kind of like gesture like 3, like we should kind of 3 in there, let's go kind of thing.
While she's doing that, Natalie will just like slowly lift the trapdoor. Like, is it one that opens that way, or does it open
swings
that way?
up.
So it would
swings
look
up.
towards them, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm just
You
gonna...
would hope so.
Right.
Way to just fit that in there, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna knock an arrow and just like aim it at like the crack of the door as it opens. I don't know why I'm using my arm. It's not real.
Yeah, right now you're looking at Bryn and Natalie's butts as the two of them are like preparing to open it.
Yeah, so you can't like. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. As you try to push against it, it doesn't budge.
Oh, fuck.
Do you say that out loud?
Is it like it doesn't budge as in there's something resting on it, or it's locked, kind of doesn't budge?
It doesn't
Like it
budge.
gives and then clicks because it's like got something locking it, or like
It doesn't budge as if there's something heavy on top of it.
We're playing a card game.
I'll just okay. I will again motion to Bryn and just like make these.
all right, Bryn is wearing up. She is like so ready, like bracing
Squash.
on like one foot on like
Just,
a
like,
taller
yeah.
step and down, like getting ready to like
Get that squat
chop
going,
with the
like
bitch.
Yeah.
ready to yeet.
No, pivot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone else just starts dancing.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get a strength check from the two of you?
Hell yeah.
Or you can do one person with advantage if the other wants to help. Well, seeing as how I think
I mean,
you
I just
rolled already.
rolled, so
Yeah, I've also rolled, and
Sure.
boy, we got a 21 here. So
I got a 17, so like not the worst.
Yeah.
Foils.
strong
Yeah.
oils.
Collectively, the strong women lift the trapdoor up, and you see that there's been a crate that's sort of been like half placed on top of it. And as you start to lift it up, very slowly you hear it start to slide back. Is there anything that you want to do?
I think I just kind of want to like quickly get up and out there because like
Yeah, I think
figured
Bryn,
that
it would be like we have now realized that we're not very stealthy, and I think we're just going like pedal to the metal and just like yeet this crate off us.
yeah, just
Sure.
like
Yeah.
yeet, run.
You finish pushing, and the crate hits the ground and flips over, and almost immediately you hear two voices, just completely pick up. But the trapdoor swings open. Looking into the room above you, you can see daylight. There are windows lining the walls of this much larger chamber, probably 50 by 70 or almost 80 foot long, rectangular room, high ceilings. You can see crates, barrels, sacks of flour and grain are stacked up. This appears to be a warehouse. The ceiling probably goes up about 15 feet high, sort of raised, pointed ceiling. But again, immediately afterwards, this crate hits the ground and flips over. You hear two voices from maybe 20 feet away and the scraping of stools as they are pushed aside. Is there anything that you want to do? Move into the room, close the door,
I think
reposition?
I want to run at them, and I had a thing in my brain, and now it's entirely gone. I'm just, But
Is
basically,
there like a door that's shut that we can see? Like if we're in a storeroom?
You're in like the middle of a warehouse.
Okay. But is there like a doorway that we can hear the voices coming from that we know they'll be...
No, you get the sense that they are like 15 or 20 feet away from you in the same like warehouse, the same area.
I'm just gonna run out and then just run at the kind of direction of where their voices are till I can work out what the fuck they are.
Sure, you're just gonna charge and run forward.
Yeah.
Tell me where the exit is.
Her lead.
Tell me where just tell me where the exit is and we don't have to fight.
She's just gonna run, grab the collar, and start shaking violently.
Okay. The two of you run forward, and you both immediately recognize the face of the human. Big old bushy beard, sort of kind of like half tattered clothes that may have at some point been nice. You recognize Brynjael, and he's still got 2 white rags pushed up into his nose. From where Natalie broke his nose. On the 2 sides of him, you can see a human and a half-elf. One of the humans has sort of like a scimitar at his waist that he quickly pulls free once the 2 of you come charging down the room. To his other side, you can see a human who pulls out what looks to be a spell book and holds it open. And almost immediately really goes, "Oi! Orc! Get him!" And from behind the trapdoor, you hear another bench slide over. And at a quick glance, there once again is the human with troll blood descendant, 7 foot tall, massive broad shoulders Hork. He delicately puts down what looks like a wood carving of a duck and just pulls out a big old great club off of his back. Let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
Gosh dang it. Got a +2. That's a 21.
That's why
I got a -1, so it's 6.
So Natalie, you got 21.
21.
Aery got 6.
Mm-hmm.
Oriana?
19. Oh, sorry.
Ooh.
Modifier we were adding? Oh, it's
initiative.
Yeah, sorry, my brain has just pooped for a second there. That's a 13 because I'm minus and.
Okay. Eminence?
21.
21, nice. Eredan?
21.
12.
Of
12,
course, I get it when I'm
and-
standing at the back of the pack.
Yeah.
Down the stairs.
Brynjael?
19.
19. Awesome. And I think I just hit start. That sounds fair. Eminence, you are up first. What do you want to do?
Considering how like that I'm still down sort of at the bottom of the stairs, can I even see what is going on?
You can hear all of the movement, and Natalie and Bryn both have their weapons pulled out and just ran just out of view. And you could hear the shouting, like, "Oh, get him, Hawk!" and stuff like that. And you can also hear movement coming from the other side, the opposite direction.
Cool. Would I be able to, if I rush up the stairs past everyone and out into the open, is that my entire turn, or would I still have time to do something else?
That would be your movement. You could still take an action, I think. I would say from your current position at the foot of the stairs, you could run up into the room, do an action, and then probably get halfway back down the stairs if you want to get back into cover.
Oh, okay.
Or you can
no,
try
what
to
I'll
look for
do,
cover up.
I'll emerge into the room and ready an Eldritch Blast. Do I see anyone that looks blastable? That is not
You
my
do,
friend.
yes. There are 3 individuals, 2 humans and 1 half-elf, sort of clustered around a table that has cards scattered on the floor next to it.
Alright, I'm going to go for that one that looked like he was readying a spell.
Sure, yeah. He's kind of got this spell book, and he's looking at it, trying to mutter some incantation, and you just throw an Eldritch Blast at him.
Wonderful.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
So are you going to take a spell attack?
Yes, bear with me, you dropped out for a second there. Oh, look
No
at
worries,
that.
sorry.
So I rolled a 1.
A natural 1.
A natty 1.
Okay. You step forward. He's sort of casting this spell. You get the Eldritch Blast ready. You fire the shot as you're coming up the stairs. You've got line of sight, but you have one of those like phantom step moments where you think there's one more step than there is at the top of the stairs. So you like rush forward, put your foot down, and right as the spell just hits the ground right at your feet and dissipates.
Wonderful.
Anything else you want to do?
Pick myself up and maybe no, I'll like military roll back down into the hole like it never happened.
Okay, you go up, you kind of phantom step, cast a spell. Nobody saw that, and quickly scurry back.
Restart.
Down into the
Hang
hole.
on.
Natalie, you are up.
Okay, there are 5 people?
4.
So Hawk was on his own.
Yeah, he was kind of separated on the other side, and there were the 3 in front of you around the table.
Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna hit Relio with an axe.
Okay.
Directly to
Just
his
in the
face.
middle. Okay, you pull out the axe and get ready to take a strike.
Yep. God, I hate that talking is like a thing. That is fucking. I roll my dice together, but it makes it so much more confusing sometimes. So that is a 22 to hit, and then
That'll
that
hit.
is a. Fuck! I didn't rage, but that's all right. It's a 5 damage, and then I'm gonna get real angry after that.
Yeah. So you rush up the stairs. You see Rilio back in front of you with the broken nose, and you just immediately are like, this son of a bitch, and just run forward, bring the axe on an overhead swing. He tries to pull up a blade to block it, and your axe slides off the top of the blade and catches him in the shoulder. It's not quite in the neck, but you can see a brief look of panic in his eyes as he's like, oh shit, you again.
Can I say
yep.
something? Because I just want to say something.
Oh,
to him.
absolutely,
Like as I'm
yeah.
running at him, it's just, I just want to taunt the shit. All right.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, only cowards get other people to do their work, and I'll just, as I'm yelling and running at him.
He pulls the axe free from his shoulder. I don't even know what that means. Up next is the half elf. Let's see. The half elf kind of like tosses back his cloak, and you can see that like he has a bandolier of daggers, and pulls out 2, and he's going to take 2 throws at probably Bryn. So he'll sidestep away from you, Natalie. So you're right next to him. So if you want, you can actually take an opportunity attack as he's moving.
Fuck, I dropped my dice. Yep. All right, everyone heard that. But no, that's a natural 4, so that would be 9.
9 is not enough. He kind of like bobs out of the way. Dobs out of the way. He dabs out of the way. And pulls out these daggers and just throws them across the room at Bryn. That is a 23 and a 23. Wow.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, both hit.
That was good rolls. Why can't I get that regularly? So that is 13 piercing damage in total.
Okey-dokey.
Awesome. They kind of punch through your armor, and you can feel the warm blood trickling down from the wounds, but not enough to put Bryn down. Speaking of Bryn, you are next, and Oriana, you are on deck.
All right. Bryn is. Oh, actually. Oh no, that wouldn't have mattered. Never mind. I don't know how long would have transpired in entirety since we were in the other room. But I think she had a spell up, but I think it would have worn off.
Oh, yeah. In the time that it's taken, it's been more than 10 minutes. I remember you had some...
I had Shield of Faith, which increases my AC by 2.
Yeah, it's been more than 10 minutes since then.
Yeah. All right. She is gonna, I guess, take a swing at the elfie person that just threw knives at her.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of split off to the left to chase this person that's just throwing daggers and doing like unnecessary
they're
cartwheels.
like yeeting out of the room, or were they just like disengaging?
Just getting some distance. Yeah, just disengage.
Okay. she's gonna like, because she's got 10-foot reach with her halberd, so she would like run up, but like stay like 10 feet away, just at the edge of her swingingness.
Yeah. And attack roll.
Attack roll. Oh, so 19.
19 hits.
And she is also gonna use some features, I think. Has she got Divine Smite yet? Maybe she does. Maybe that was from the other day. She's just going to hit them with that.
Yeah.
She hasn't got that yet. Which is D. Which I have here. So 12 points of damage.
Holy cow. So this person is just like throwing daggers, doing like cartwheels and flips and shit. It's like in those old Shaolin movies where the villain shows up with a whole bunch of henchmen that just start doing like flips. And he like throws the two daggers at you, sees them hit, and is like, haha, and does a standing backflip. And as he comes down on the ground, he's like, ha, and you just halberd him right in the chest. He's still alive, but he is hurt. Anything else?
Yes, with her bonus action. Oh wait, no, that's next time. That's not on here. No, she's just gonna chill in Cedar Rapids, I guess. Hang on out there.
Yeah. Oriana, you're up. Eredan, you're on deck.
So is there anybody in this room who has not been attacked yet?
Well, there was the... So you don't see anyone from your location at the foot of the
that's right. I'm
stairs.
still downstairs.
Yeah.
That doesn't help. Okay, I would like to go upstairs.
Okay, you run up past your sister, who you saw take that one extra phantom step.
No, she didn't.
And you kind of like pass by her. Stepping up into the room, you can see Natalie is currently fighting two humans, one of which with a scimitar, one of which has like a long sword. One has a spell book and the other has a long sword. Bryn is fighting this dude with daggers, and behind you, you can hear the heavy footfalls of somebody big starting to move quickly.
Okay, I would like to cast Spiritual Weapon. Spiritual Weapon?
Okay.
Sorry, I have Magic Weapon and Spiritual Weapon right over each other. I'm like, no. Spiritual Weapon is definitely what I want. Right by the guy with the spell book.
Okay,
please.
yeah. Yep. And what's your weapon? What appears next to him?
It is a very, very large two-headed snake. So it appears and it stands and its heads reach up. It's about the same height as a person standing tall.
Okay.
And he's going to... I do realize the fact, like, it's a two-headed snake that can only make one attack every time. So it's just there's one grumpy-looking like snakehead and one that actually does the attacking.
That's one brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the snake heads is called Derp, and the other is like Snakius.
Yeah. And I'm going to make an attack with that.
Yeah, let's get an attack roll.
And that is plus 18.
18 hits.
18. And it's a D8, which I didn't pick up yet. And that is a 6 plus 2, so 8 damage.
8 damage, nice. He's casting the spell, like he looked up seeing the Eldritch Blast and saw one of the tieflings run down the stairs, and then a second very similar looking tiefling come up and then cast a different spell, and he's taken aback at the rapidity of this spell casting, the rapidness, back to back as the snake just latches onto his neck. He kind of pulls himself free. He is still standing though.
Rude.
Anything else?
Nope, because casting that and then doing the action is my whole turn, and I've already done the running.
Awesome. Eredan, you are up. Aery, you're on deck.
All right, cool. So I'm just going to pull out my longbow and take a pot shot at the guy that Natalie is fighting.
Sure.
No,
so you're down
I'll
at the foot of the
take it
stairs.
back, I'll fire at the... Oh, I'm still downstairs. All right, so I'll run up the stairs.
Again, passing by Eminence, and now you're next to Oriana.
Yep. All right, and I'll take it. I changed my mind actually. I'll take a pot shot at the guy with the spell book.
Sure.
So just
he's like clutching his shoulder and like looks surprised to see blood.
Mhm. All right, so I'll take roll the hit, and that is excellent. 18 plus 4 is 22.
22 hits. Yeah, let's get some damage.
8 plus 2. Goodbye, dice. Oh no, it's stuck on the edge of the desk. It's an A, and it's an 8, so that is definitely being kept. Plus 2, so that's 10.
10 damage. Nice. You fire this arrow against him. He's like surprised, like, blood? My blood? And then your arrow just hits him right at the base of the neck and punches through, and he kind of gurgles and slumps to his knees and falls over.
Cool.
Is that? Yeah.
For my bonus action, who's...
He didn't declare it to be non-lethal.
Yeah. Should have said something earlier.
Oops.
Time and place?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to do?
No, I was going to, but that's all right.
Awesome. Aery, you are up.
So Aery is going to creep out of the passageway, and have a little peek around. Is anyone wearing any sort of metal armor?
It just appears to be fine leathers at a glance. You see leathers. You cannot see anyone in like plate mail or chain mail or anything like that.
Heat metal.
I am still going to use... No, in that case, I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb.
Okay.
We're not trying to kill people. I'm going to do it anyway, but only at first level. And I will cast it at whoever is ugliest.
Oh.
That's a subjective thing, so why don't you go and roll a d6?
It's one of the party members.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
4.
A 4? 2, 3, 4. The guy with the broken nose and the beard, it's just asymmetrical. He's very clearly trying to hide a soft chin with that beard, and it's not working.
I feel attacked.
I have a real image in my brain now.
I would do the same if I could grow a beard, but I can't. Okay.
And that's spell attack,
that
right?
is a 12 plus 6, 18.
18 hits. Let's get some damage.
I do 3d8. And I am going to use poison damage. No, lightning damage.
Lightning?
I can't find any of my other d8s, so I'm just gonna roll this one. Oh wait, there's another one. I'll roll one of them, fine. That's a 1, and a 5, and a 6.
So that is 12 total damage?
Yes.
Of the lightning variety. This individual with sort of like the broken nose, you actually recognize now that you get a good look at him casting the spell. This is the guy who came in with the wizard and like sack over the head.
There's flying towards you. I'll be like, yes!
Yeah, pretty much. And even at that moment, as the lightning is flying away, he gets a glance just over Natalie's shoulder and is like, "You?" He also looks to be like a little surprised at the moment, but the blast hits him right in the shoulder, and he staggers back. Lots of shoulder hits this fight. 12 damage.
Shoulders suck to get hit at, to be fair.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah.
And then I realized it was
Perfect
him before I
place
cast.
to
I would
aim.
have aimed for his kneecaps.
That's the ticket. Okay, anything else you want to do?
I'm just gonna be like, you didn't need to hit me over the head. I was cooperating.
At that moment, you will hear doom, 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 and whirling around behind you, you see a human about 7 foot tall, broad shoulders, big ass, great club, swinging it straight towards you. Aery, he's taking a reckless attack with his great club, getting a 17 to hit.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it.
And that is 10 bludgeoning damage.
I have 11 hit points.
The blow just connects with the side of your torso that's so forceful that it lifts your feet off of the ground for a little bit. And then you fall down sort of weak in the knees as you just immediately cough and there's a spray of blood. And standing up in front of you is Hork. And that's his turn. He looks unhappy. Rilio is going to attack Natalie because you're right there. No, that was the spellcaster.
Oh, that's okay then. I thought Rilio was dead. I was excited. Anyway, sorry.
No, he's still alive. You can still try to bring him down. You see he pulls out the longsword in one hand, and with the other, he picks up a dagger but holds it upside down like some kind of edgelord. And he's like, you should have stayed in the pit. And he's going to take 3 attacks against you.
Try me, bitch.
He gets...
Is a free action.
He gets a 21 to hit, a 14 to hit, and a 17 to hit.
So that was 12, 14, 17?
Yes.
Equal AC still hits, right?
Yes.
So that's 2 hits.
Okay, so 2 hits. Which ones? The first and the second?
Second 2. I mean, last 2. So the 14 and 17. Sorry, that was... I made that very confusing.
Sure. Okay, yeah. So that is 1 with the longsword and 1 with the dagger. That is 6 slashing damage, and the dagger does another 6 piercing damage.
Again, try me, bitch. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
So he like swings this longsword at just like an obtuse blow against you, and you're easily able to get your axe up and block it. And suddenly, just as quickly, you find the dagger buried into your gut, and he faint on that. And then comes back with another blow on the longsword that just gets a good slice against your shoulder. But all in all, you've had it was clever, but you've suffered worse. Okay, and Wizard's dead, so let's just get him out of the order.
Not down, dead.
Yeah. Eminence, you're up. Natalie, you're on deck.
Okay, I will sort of emerge from...
Yeah. Right next to you is Eredan, Oriana, and Aery. And directly next to Aery, towering at least a full foot of height, is Hork with a now bloodied great club.
I would like to throw a blindness spell at him.
At Hork?
Yes.
Okay, does he need to make a save?
Yes, he needs to make a con save. 13.
Constitution. He gets a 19.
Ooh.
You see there's a moment where you cast the spell and his eyes just go milky white, and he kind of blinks his eyes a little bit and reaches out a massive hand and just grabs Aery by the shoulder.
Oh no.
To realize, like, oh no, she's still here. He's still here. They're still here.
Sometimes, honestly.
Gender pronouns.
Part of the appeal.
Yeah. I have another NPC in a different campaign that uses the they pronoun, and it is so hard to remember. And it's especially difficult when I'm running the character because I identify as having pronouns. So it's just challenging for me. Anyways, tangent. So you watch as the eyes kind of cloud over and then refocus back in. And then the hand comes back and grabs the great club as he gets ready for another swing. Anything else? Just slowly dipping back under.
Yeah.
Natalie, you're up.
I'm gonna give a glare of fucking fury into Rilio's eyes before I turn tail and actually approach Hawk.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yep.
Are you disengaging or are you just turning and walking?
No, I'm just gonna Whoa.
He's going to say, I don't turn your back, and takes an opportunity
cool.
attack.
That's fine.
That is a 21 to hit.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm.
I love how we're also getting the sweet nothings being whispered to a cat. 7 slashing damage.
What was it?
7 slashing.
Okay, cool.
Which is half to 3.
Try
Since
to
you
do more than 3 per hit. Okay, all right. Anyway,
well, it's a longsword, okay?
No, I more meant like everything's been 3. Anyway, and oh god, there was a whole plan because really I was gonna be dead, but now it's not there. Okay, I'm just gonna try and say, like, point towards Hawk as I'm running and just say like, don't kill him to the rest of them, but like kind of walk up to him and like kind of grab his shoulder and just, you don't need to do this, in like the most forceful kind of way that I can, and like maybe with a little bit of force.
Okay, so I'll ask you, is this a persuasion or is this intimidation?
Look, I feel like even though I want it to be intimidation, look, you know what? He's a tough dude. He would respond well, I think, to a little bit of like aggressive, like, you know, mate, don't do it. So
aggressive uwu.
Yeah, look, I'll go with intimidation because but in kind of like a, you know, like 2 really strong people don't really know how to speak nicely to each other.
It's that scene from Predator where Arnold Schwarzenegger handshakes the other guy, and it's like, it's a respect moment, but it's like a 2 powerful people respect moment where they do the handshake, the cross-armed handshake.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I will cut you down if I need to, but like, don't make me do this.
Yeah, make an intimidation check.
Fuck. Stressful rolls. That's not that great. That's an 8. So natural 6.
6. You grab him on the shoulder. You say your bit, and he is singularly focused on Aery, and then turns towards the hand on the shoulder and looks at you. And there's a brief flicker of surprise as his eyes go wide, and then it cycles through to sadness, and then as he pulls back and gets ready to swing towards you.
Okay, that's fine. It wasn't 8, as in that's what I meant. I said that in the wrong order again, but it makes no
Sure,
difference.
6 plus 2, 8. Yeah, it's still, I'm afraid, not enough to
It's fine.
convince him.
It's fine. It's all good.
Up next is the half-elf dealing with Bryn. He's going to cartwheel back away to try to put some distance, and then does a standing backflip on top of a crate, and throws 2 more daggers at Bryn.
He prompted an opportunity attack if he's moving.
He does. That's because you have range.
I do have a lot of range. 20.
20 hits. Let's get some damage.
10 damage, non-lethal.
Non-lethal.
If that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So he cartwheels away and steps back, and as he gets ready to like do this standing backflip up onto the crate, you just take your halberd and reach it up, and he jumps right into your staff and just goes down onto the ground, unconscious but alive. Sorry, unconscious but down.
Well, that's my spell.
Brynjael, you are up.
Yes. All right. So she is then going to like move in on Aurelio, and also take a. Oh, actually, she is going to first, as a bonus action, cast Ensnaring Strike, which is then on the next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack, a writhing mass of thorny vines appear at the point of impact.
Okay.
And they need to then, and then she's going to take a halberd attack, non-lethal.
Awesome. Against really, yeah.
Yeah. Plus. Sorry, I just plus. So that's 18.
18 hits.
Okay, and then he needs to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
DC 13 as well.
He gets a 23.
Yeah, so that's fine. So then she does +4, 7 damage.
7 damage. Awesome. 7 damage. You rush forward towards him. You raise your halberd and quickly bring it over towards him. He's still kind of focused on Natalie, so he's not able to get out of the way of the strike in time. You get a good slash right across his gut and hip on his right side, and he staggers back. Immediately, you see these vines start to erupt out of the ground to grab onto him, and he nimbly leaps back, pulls his feet away from the grasping vines. And is free, but he's now turning and looking towards you. You should have stayed down there too.
You shouldn't have left us with our weapons.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, but she's just gonna. So who's the idiots now? Kind of attitude, and then that's the end of it.
Absolutely.
She's
Oriana,
not
you
angry.
are
She's
up.
just disappointed.
Eredan, you're on deck.
So we have Hawk and Rilio up, or are they just the only ones that have
Yes,
names?
just those two.
Okay.
The other two have names as well. You just haven't asked.
Just don't care.
Never going to. So Natalie didn't want us to kill
Hawk.
Hawk.
I said nothing about
How
Rilio.
obvious was she with that? Because I didn't catch who you were telling us not to
I
kill.
pointed. I was pointing and running at you.
She did say specifically pointing towards Hork.
She was
So
like
she did-
Terminator running at him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
no,
then
that's
ran
what I
over-
thought. I thought she was pointing at him because she was like, "No, don't do that." And I was like, "So which one are we not killing?"
Oh, because I said
She
don't
ran
kill
over to Hork,
him. Oh,
Put
yeah,
her hand
I
on
get
his
you.
shoulder and said, "You don't have to do this."
Okay, well, I'll go for the other one then. I would like to bonus action move Snaky to go make an attack.
Yeah.
Is that an 11 or a 17? That's an 11. That's not as good. That's a 15.
15 just hits.
Oh, thank God. And that's another 6 plus 2, so that's another 8 damage. I would like it to be non-lethal if that's going to take him down.
Sure.
'Cause his
That
feet
is
was kind of in
not going to
charge.
take
Okay,
him down.
Good. Well, actually,
as
have another attack.
he steps back away from the ensnaring vines, the snake comes up from the side and bites him on the back of the leg. And again, he's just, God, why are there so many of you? I know he's got an accent. Why are there so many of you? And the snake kind of pulls free, and he now looks to see the rest of you escaping as well. Anything else you want to do?
that was the bonus action. As an action, I'd like to cast Sacred Flame at him.
Okay, yeah, Sacred
which
Flame.
is a cantrip,
Yep,
which is a Dex save of 12.
He has an unnatural 20.
Ew. Well, I
Does
guess
it
he's
take
fine
half
then.
damage? Half damage, or
I don't think so. No.
because it's a cantrip? No.
Nope. He
Bummer.
just fine.
Yeah. You guys keep hitting him, but you hit him like with the small hits. Anyways, Eredan, you are up. Aery,
I
you are on
would
deck. Oh,
like
go ahead.
to, if I'm not within Hawk's opportunity
You are.
attack range,
He's
I am.
right next to the
Okay.
stairs. Yeah.
I was going to say, because there are multiple of us there, and I was wondering if maybe I was on the outskirts, I could fuck off. But okay, I'll stay there.
Okay. Eredan, you're up. Aery, you're on deck.
Right. Okay. So I'm really sorry I missed that last chunk. Because I would have been murdered by my cat if I didn't feed her.
I'm still alive, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mostly.
Who's still standing?
So Hork is across from Natalie and is next to Eminence, Oriana, and you, just all gathered up as one big cluster right at the foot of the stairs. Or I guess the top of the stairs. On the opposite end of the room, there is the spiritual snake, which is next to Rilio. There's the corpse of the spellcaster and the unconscious body of the half-elf on the other side of the room. And Bryn seems to be keeping Rilio occupied.
All right. So if I take another shot at Hawk, but can I aim for his kneecap? Like.
You can. You're making a ranged attack from melee, so I think that would be in disadvantage. You're like right next to him.
Okay. In that case, I'll switch and use my sword. Can I do that?
Sure. Yeah, totally.
All right. So I miss. I rolled a natural 1.
It's not great. You pull out the longsword and stow your bow, pull your hand back and quickly swing. And it's at that moment that you realize just how sweaty your palms are as the longsword just soars across the room and just clatters 10 feet away. You, uh-oh. Anything else?
I mean, do I get the bonus action yet?
If you have something,
2-weapon fighting, awesome.
Yeah.
Right. So I pull out my other short sword.
Yep.
And try the same thing again.
Yep. Give it a roll.
God. That was marginally better. I got 12.
12? 12 is not enough for Hork. You swing this short sword towards Hork, and he just like barely steps back out of the way to get ready to swing against Natalie. So your short sword falls short. Anything else? Move?
Yeah, I'm gonna back away from him a bit further back down the stairs, so like he's still within my sight, but like not right next to him.
So if you move away, you will get an opportunity attack.
Yeah, it's probably worth it. We're nearly done anyway.
Bold moves.
That giggle.
It's interesting.
Okay, with an opportunity attack, he gets a
Oh my god.
13 to hit. 13 to hit.
My armor class is 13, so I guess that hits.
So that's a hit.
Yep.
That's cocked. How is this possible? There's such a large square footage, and I swear like 80% of my rolls are cocked. That is 7 bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
As you're backing away down the stairs, just this massive great club clips you, just barely wings you. But you can feel the force of the swing behind it. Okay. Aery, you are up.
So he is like holding onto me, like lifting Aery, right?
No. So I said like grabbing you as flavor text to like stabilize himself while he was temporarily blinded.
Oh, okay. So he like lifted me up. Is his hand still on my shoulder?
Nope. He both hands back, batter swing on the great club.
Okay. I'm still within like 1 square of him, right?
Yes.
I really would like to leave.
He used his opportunity attack.
He did use his opportunity attack.
He did. So I'm going to like take my 1 hit point and slink back down the stairs. And once I feel like I'm a safe distance from him, I'm going to cast Mind Spike on him and get all up in his brain. He has to make a Wisdom saving throw DC 14.
He just rolled a 15. What's his wisdom? 0. 15. Oh, so close.
I'm gonna sit on the stairs.
Just pout.
Think bad about myself and my enormous wound.
Yeah. Yeah, he turns back with the great club and then turns and looks at you, Natalie. Sorry. And he doesn't pull any punches. He goes for the full swing, reckless attack.
Wait, he has reckless? I don't even think I have reckless yet. That's rude.
NPCs. He gets a 14 to hit.
Oh, it's equal.
14?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit. Okay. That is 10 bludgeoning damage.
So 5.
Did people get advantage on attack rolls against him last turn? Because he used reckless the previous turn. Did like Eredan and stuff get advantage on their attack? for reckless attack.
I did not include Eredan, actually. Yeah, so go ahead and roll once more for your attack that hit, or that missed. Your natural one.
22.
That hits, yeah. Let's get some damage for that.
That's hilarious. Where is my... 26. Okay, so that's... 7.
7. Awesome. You can see that the attack seems to have reduced effect on him.
Barbarians, man.
Barbs.
Damn them.
Rilio is up next. He is going to step forward against Bryn and take 3 attacks. And as he does, he's going to say some quip. Well, maybe you should run a criminal organization. As he attacks you 3 times.
Something an insecure person would say.
So I've got a 15 to hit.
Misses.
An 18 to hit.
Hit.
And a 7 to hit.
That.
So 1 hit for a total of 5 slashing damage. Cool.
She's just gonna she's just gonna just take it.
Disappointed mom. Okay, Eminence, you are up, and Natalie, you are on deck.
Okay, remind me, is Hawk still standing close to the...
He's right next to the foot of the stairs. Yeah,
wonderful. I would like to back up and slash at his Achilles with my dagger.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Go ahead and take an attack roll. This attack also has advantage because he reckless swings. Recklessly swung.
Swoon.
What do I get on an attack roll?
He recklessly swooned.
Yeah, it's like swooning, but...
I would like to recklessly swoon.
I feel like on some level, all swooning is reckless.
But also would reckless swooning just mean like an immediate just connection at the bottom. Like...
Alright, so I rolled a 9 and I'm changing dice.
Okay.
Fuck this dice.
Dice, Joe.
Oh, man.
Be nice to us. Dice!
Be dice to us.
Hey. We're going to put that in the try again column. What'd you get? What was it? You got
I got a 9.
And what was the second roll? You have advantage.
Oh, I did have advantage. Sorry, I didn't roll the second.
That was the reckless.
Oh, okay.
That was the whole bit.
18.
18 hits.
Finally.
Let's get damage.
Okay. What am I rolling for that?
1d4 plus your dex or strength.
Cool.
I believe daggers are versatile.
4 damage.
4 damage, yeah, 4. You strike at his Achilles tendon. It doesn't seem to dig in quite as much, like just through sheer density of muscle.
That's
he pushes
even
you back.
more horrifying.
Yeah, he's a large lad.
Work your Achilles tendon.
And his head kind of turns and looks down at you, and he seems to be getting ready to like stomp on you or something. You try to duck back into the steps.
I hide again. Yes.
Do you leave melee range of him?
Ooh, I mean, I guess like if I went down the steps, he's going to get an opportunity of attack.
He could whack-a-mole down the steps. Yeah.
I mean, but you're just like ducking, right? Like you're not moving.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave that up to you to say if I'm leaving his range of attack.
It's your question. Do you want to leave melee range of him as you duck down the steps?
No, I think I'll just duck down to try to shield myself a little bit, but I'll still be very close to him.
Yeah. So it's not quite cowering, but
how dare you?
Okay, Natalie, you're up. Bryn, you are on deck.
I feel like everyone will judge me for this one, but you know what? We're gonna do it anyway. Is there any chance that I can shove him in a direction that gets him out of melee range with the others?
Sure, certainly. Yeah.
So, like, I'm imagining that it's kind of like a circle right now. So if I push him just one square, like, use a shove action,
Yeah.
to, like, yeet him out.
You will be contesting his strength, though.
Yeah, look, I'll take that risk.
Okay,
Big
sure.
boy.
But that's a big boy.
The only thing is I just wanted to check something else. I get advantage on strength checks as I'm raging, but it also means that he gets advantage on strength checks because he's raging. But, you know, look, I'm going to try it. And I would just like to say to him, because he said sorry, I'm just going to be like, you don't have to be sorry if you just don't fucking do it. And I'll just try and yeet him.
Okay. Let's get a strength check.
Ooh, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's just strength, right? That's it?
Yeah.
So that is an 18.
18. He got a 12.
Neat.
So as he swings, I think he took a swing towards you previously. All of a sudden, you see him look away down the steps, and you can see like a dagger and a purple hand just like quickly disappear out of view as he kind of grunts in pain. And you use that brief moment of distraction to just line back or shoulder into his gut and push him back. He kind of stumbles, almost loses his balance, but catches himself. And you separate him from the rest of the pack. So
I'd like to just stand in his space so that, like, I'm like,
in between him and the party. Absolutely. Yeah, you're easily able to do that.
Cool.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I can do. That's my action,
Yeah.
and I have no bonus action, so.
He squares up and looks at you and, strong lady! And Bryn, you are up. Oriana, you're on deck.
Yes. So Bryn's going to take another swipe with her halberd at him.
Mm-hmm.
18.
Sure. Yeah, that's going to hit.
And 4, 10 damage. Non-lethal.
Whole damage, yeah.
10 whole damage, non-lethal. And if that's not enough to down him, she's going to Divine Smite. Well,
he is not down. He appears to be bloodied. He is wounded, but he is not down.
Oh, he's about to be smote, is what he is.
Smite head.
No, smote in this house.
Smiting,
if you will.
That's 14.
14
radiant.
to hit.
No,
radiant damage.
It's you can just Divine Smite on like you hit. Yeah, it just uses a spell slot. And then if you hit an melee attack, it's just 2d8 radiant damage. And she rolled a
13.
Freaking paladin.
No, it was 8 and 6.
14. Yeah, even more. You strike against them. It kind of staggers across his chest and is that all you? And then you just watch this radiant light erupt in the exact same pattern of your strike that just follows up for a second blast of radiant energy that knocks him back. And when the light clears and your sight returns to you, he is panting. He's on one knee, but he is still barely standing.
Will. Just stay there, I think.
Yeah.
Should just stay there, because assumptively he'd walked into like the 5-foot space, like
He
when
did,
he attacked, yeah.
Yep.
So she'll just stay there.
Awesome. Oriana, you're up. Eredan, you're on deck.
Having realized, hopefully this works, having realized that Natalie very much doesn't want us to kill very, very tall, presumably kind of stinky man, given, you know, where he lives.
Rude.
You might like him. It doesn't mean I have to. I would like to cast Command on him. And
okay, yeah.
Just extend one hand and be like, stop, because it's only allowed to be one word, or it would be fucking stop.
Stop.
Or fucking
so what is it?
Stop.
It is a wisdom save.
I rolled a 14, and his modifier is a 0, 14.
No, he passes. What a bitch.
God damn it.
Okay. Since that didn't
14.
work.
Why didn't he get a 14 when I needed it? Motherfucker.
Bum, bum, ba, bum.
And bonus action, move my spiritual weapon to attack what's his face.
Sure. Go ahead and take an attack roll.
Yes. Oh, I was like, these new dice are really nice. That's a 3 plus a 4, so I'm gonna say that's no.
7 is not enough. The snake strikes, and even winded, he's able to step out of the way of it.
Distracted because the other dude didn't tell me to do what I tell him to, and everybody always does what I tell them to. I speak English as well. They do's what I tell them.
They do's the things that we tells them. Okay. Anything else, or is that it?
Given that Hawk
Natalie pushed him
wouldn't
away.
have an opportunity attack on me now, I would like to move out of the stairwell.
Okay, perfect.
I'm not massively fast as to where, just somewhere that's not in the other guy's immediate area.
Sure. You
From one
get
into the
a
other.
better view of the room.
Yeah.
Awesome. Eredan is up. Aery, you're on deck.
I am inclined to just heal myself because I am on 5. So I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself, which is
Okay.
1d8 plus 3. If I can find a d8, there is one. Sick. 8.
8. Nice. 8 health.
So 11. Cool. So I'm on full health again. That's handy.
Nice.
Cool. For bonus action, I am going to. Who's following me? Can I know that?
What do you mean? Where are you going?
Who's got the next turn after me?
Aery is up after you.
Aery. All right. So I'm gonna give Aery a hit with Bardic Inspiration. Now I gotta be inspiring. That's awful.
Yeah, you know you're gonna do this.
What do you say to Aery to inspire him?
I don't know. I should have thought ahead. Normally I plan. There's more shiny jewelry waiting for you in the loot bag after this if you take him out. I
Die, but
suck
sure.
at inspiring.
Okay. Aery, you're up.
You must be like, I have my own shiny jewelry. Thank you very much. And he's gonna like creep up to the top and not attack the big boy that everyone's attacking. I will try to second level chromatic orb at the other guy.
Rilio? Yeah.
Yeah. Just a spell attack, yes. Plus 6 in case he is the sneaky boy.
Plus 6. Okay.
I didn't know what it was at first because it's a picture of a kraken, and I'm like, what does this mean? This number.
Nice. So what's your to hit?
4d8, and I will use lightning damage again.
Oh, does he need to save against you? Or
Not for
do you roll the
chromatic
hit?
orb. No, that was for Mind Spike that he needed to save. But
So
chromatic orb is
you need to make a spell attack
ranged
against him?
attack. Yeah,
And
That's
what
what I
what
did.
was your ranged attack?
26.
26. Okay. I thought you were saying you got a 6 like from the Bardic Inspiration. I misunderstood that.
Oh no, I didn't even add my Bardic Inspiration. Should I do that? Or can I hold on to it?
26 hits. I'll tell you that much.
Alright. 1 and 5.
You cut out a
Your
little.
your audio's a little poor.
1, 2, 4, and 5.
Okay, so it's 12.
Yeah. Not the best, but
Awesome. And what's the damage type again?
lightning.
Okay. He's kind of like down on one knee. He's dodged out of the way of this snake, and he's panting. Just you wait until my father hears about. The lightning orb hits him in the chest. His body seizes and locks up, and then he slimps and goes limp on the ground. And then he wets himself.
Laughs at him and points.
Daddy's gonna hear about that.
Bryn will just yell out, "Hey everybody, he wet himself!"
Everyone has like a collective like moment. Even the unconscious guy is like. Okay. Up next is Hork. Oof. I just did a roll to see how Hork takes that, and he got a 2, so he does not take it well. Hork is going to look towards you, and he's just going to just take a wild swing. Once again, reckless attack. He's trying to put you down quick and fast. 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Yep. That is 7 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so I would like to essentially I always like to think of this moment like that scene in The Lord of the Rings where Boromir stabs the orc and then the orc just like pulls the sword through. Like basically I imagine that he like boops me and I like go to nearly fall over and then I just like lift myself back up and crack my neck and then just look back at him and I'm back on 1 hit point. Cuz
okay,
orcs.
yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm still up. Just.
I imagine it's like an anime moment where he like smashes into you and you hits the ground and he kind of grunts and begins to walk away. And as he does, you're like, I'm not finished. And then push yourself up and like stand up. And he turns around and you actually see a smile creep across his face at that. Yeah, but that's everyone else's turn. Eminence, you're up. Natalie, you're on deck.
Okay. Hawk is too close to everyone for me to do much.
The only person
my
that Hork
spells area of attack.
The only person that Hork is next to right now is Natalie. So you could probably position an area attack behind him to hit only him. If you wanted to.
Alright. If I can jump out of my hidey hole and if I'm sure I won't hit Natalie, I will cast Burning Hands at Hawk.
Okay. Is that a save or is that a spell attack?
It's a dex save of 13.
Dex save. He gets a 9 plus 1 is 10.
Yes! Okay, 3d6 fire damage.
Oh, wow.
5.
Burning Hands is pretty fucking good.
3, 1, 9.
9, yeah. Awesome. This blast just explodes behind him as there's smoke and fire that catches. You can actually see there is a sack of dried grain that just instantly lights up and catches. This place is a veritable tinderbox waiting to go off. And Hork kind of staggers forward, and as he kind of turns to grab himself, you can see like burn marks across his back, but he's still fine. So far, just the grain has been lit, but you can see that it's next to a barrel, and on the opposite side, you see a crate of black powder. Anything else you want to do?
Guys. No.
Okay. Natalie, you're up.
Cool, neat. Love this.
Bryn, you're on deck as well.
Just look. I'm just gonna hit him. I was just contemplating.
Yep.
How sad I'm gonna be about hitting him. I mean, like, but I would like to point out that it is non-lethal damage.
Yep.
If possible, just a bonk.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and take a roll. You do have advantage because he reckless against you.
Oh, yep. +5 to 14. What's that? 19?
19, yeah.
It's not very good on the damage aspect of it, though. 6 plus 2, so 8 damage.
8, reduced to 4. Yep. And this is with the Great Axe?
Yes.
Yeah. You, still standing, pull up the Great Axe and swing across in a desperate lunge. Hork takes it across his chest, staggers back a step, and then recenters himself in front of you and squares up before popping his neck. Getting ready for the round 2, effectively.
Neat.
Anything else?
I can't do anything else.
Okay.
I love
Bryn and... yeah, exactly. Bryn, you're up. Oriana, you're on deck.
Bryn will, now that old mate's conscious, she's going to move over to where everyone else is. And she is going to try saying to Hawk, really don't need to do this. Like, we can talk this out. He's not dead. We could just need to talk. You all attacked first. Let us have a conversation.
And you're trying to persuade him?
Trying to persuade him.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
This is what she's good at. She's a paladin. That's a paladin. 19.
That's Amore. 19?
19.
You see Hork turns and looks at you as you approach. Do you get in melee range, or do you keep your distance?
Well, she's at her melee range, 10 feet.
You get 10 feet away. Okay.
Yeah.
You say this speech towards him. He turns his head towards you, and you see he hesitates. And then Hork says, "Don't understand accent."
We're all gonna die.
But you're gonna understand the intention of my words.
Anything else?
So then it seems like it didn't work. Like he's just like, I don't know.
He's hesitated.
He's hesitated. Does that count as her action then, trying to persuade?
I think I would say so.
Okay, then.
I mean, would you want? I would say you probably don't get to.
Yeah,
attack.
well, I want it like
maybe something light.
Be as influential as possible. So if that means that like counting as her attack,
I would say that was your action.
She's then just gonna like position herself between Aery, who like over really her shoulder, she sort of eat absolute shit like under this giant club. So she's gonna like at least stand in front of Aery, who seems like the most, but she wants to still be like next to
now.
Oh, your he's far away? Okay, yeah, well then she's gonna like stand next to Natalie, like ready next to Natalie.
Okay, yeah, awesome. Oriana, you're up. Eredan, you're on deck.
I am going to, again, bonus action, move Sneaky Boy and make an attack.
On Hork?
Yeah, because the other guy's unconscious now. Yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other guy is down.
On the party members. I was like, oh god, did I miss something? I thought he went down. Didn't he go down and pee himself? Like, shit. I thought I was paying attention. Yes, so that is a 14 plus 4, that's an 18.
18 hits?
Oh. That's a 3 plus that's a 5 damage. That's sad.
Yep, 5 damage.
Better than no
the
damage.
snake strikes onto him.
And none of our party members are actually down yet. They're just looking kind of shitty.
Emphasis on the yet. Give me a couple rounds.
Okay, who looks the shittiest that I can see? Like, Aery has moved from where he was. Where are they in relation to me at the moment? Like, would I be able to see them? Aery, where'd you go?
Down here.
Oh, you're in the hole. Okay, I definitely don't see you.
Then it'd be Natalie, I would think, because
I'm all
she has
a good
lose
solid
restless
one.
endurance, relentless endurance.
Oh,
Natalie's
shit, no, I
got
can't do
like
that.
ragged breathing, just.
Healing Word is a bonus action, and Spiritual Weapon moving that was already a bonus action, so I can't do it, and I wasn't paying attention.
You can use
your
healing word as a full action.
Okay, I will then cast Healing Word on Natalie.
Okay.
Which isn't a lot. So
It's better
let's
than
see what
one.
you get. Better than nothing. Oh, this is one of those. Oh, it's a 4. I hate how D4s, like, they have 2 different ways that the numbers can be. I'm like, that says nothing. But it's a 4. So that's actually 6. You get 6.
Nice.
Ooh.
Try not to get punched again.
6 whole health.
Can't promise.
Please try.
It's not me hitting me.
Eredan, you're up, and Aery, you're on deck. Real quick, Hork says, "Why keep hitting?" and then gets ready to swing again.
Damn it.
All right,
Why
so-
you keep hitting, Hawk? Why you keep hitting?
Oh, do I have the spell cojones for that? I do. Excellent. So I'm gonna turn around at Hawk, not Hawk, Hawk, and cast hideous laughter on him. So he needs to take a wisdom saving throw.
He gets a 7.
He fails.
Yep.
So he has to fall prone, is incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration. And he's fallen into fits of uncontrollable laughter, basically. So he just has to do a save at the end of every turn. So given he's the last person, I guess.
Yeah.
we tie him
Okay.
up.
What do you say to make him laugh? Like, do you have a joke or a bit or anything?
I just point at the other unconscious guy and go, "He peed his pants."
Hork kind of leans over and sees and and just like slowly crumples down onto the ground laughing, and you can see like a look of concern on his face, but he's still laughing. Like, if you close your eyes it's funny, but if you open your eyes and you look, you're like, this seems painful. Okay, anything else?
No, but I guess we're probably out of initiative, so I've got some rope. I can start trying to attempt to tie him up.
I mean, he's still trying to go. He's still in combat. So, Aery, you're up.
I don't want to kill him because we're not supposed to. I mean, I do want to because he almost axed me in half. But I'm going to cast Shock and Grasp on him because why not? Let's make a melee spell attack.
Melee spell attack.
Which is a 10.
You have advantage
Okay.
because he recklessly swung.
That's a 9. Plus 6 though, so 16.
16 hits.
Yeah, boy. So it's 1d8. It's a 7. It's non-lethal in case we are anywhere close. Oh wait, no wait. If I do damage to him, doesn't it break the spell? I can't remember how it works. Oh well, I guess I already did it.
At the end of each of its turns. No, not that I can see.
Okay. I'm just gonna zap him for.
The target has advantage on the saving throw if it's triggered by damage. Oh, and each time it takes damage, it can make another wisdom save. So he can take a wisdom save here.
He'll still be prone.
But also, you can't take reactions until the start of his next turn.
Yes, so he would not be able to take any opportunity attacks until his next turn. So with advantage, he gets a 12, which I don't think is enough to break free. Eredan, your wisdom DC is how much?
It is. Where is it? My save DC is 13.
Yeah, so he's not able to break free. 12, so close. He spends his turn on the ground laughing, and you start to see tears form at the sides of his eyes as they start pooling up. He's going to take his turn and try to break free. Gets a 4. He does not succeed. So I guess at this point, I will allow us to end combat. He's going to continue trying to break free every 6 seconds to break free from the rest of the spell, unless there's something that you guys want to do.
We're tying him up, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Big tie up.
Yeah. As a team, tie him up.
I'm there for emotional support. I'll watch.
I might like
Yeah.
maybe gesture towards the fire and be like, does anyone find a blanket or something? Like,
Oh, yeah, there's a fire.
You can see that the side of the barrel is starting to singe, and little wisps occasionally just of smoke sizzle up from the barrel.
Okay, Brynjael's gonna straight up just go and move the freaking cask of black powder like away from the flaming
That's so
bag.
smart. I was
Yeah.
looking at spells. I'm like, do I have any like water spells?
Meanwhile, Brynjael's just like carrying it away.
It's like me take big bang bad thing away from fire.
Yeah, you're easily able to just lift with the legs and pick up the barrel and carry it away. And there is now just a flaming sack of grain in an opening, a clear area. That said, every now and again, you do see little embers that catch on the breeze and just drift. Sometimes 2 feet, sometimes 3 feet. One spirals up towards the ceiling.
Anyone have a cantrip or anything that they can do about this fire?
Nope.
Alright,
Also, isn't there a
Really?
building next to us somewhere that's on fire as well? We should probably.
weren't there some like broken blankets and stuff? Are there any up here? We can just like smother it.
So there were blankets down in the bedroom and in the shabby office, and there were also like torn up blankets and pillows and fabric in the goblin room.
Yeah, but no one had like a knee rug, you know, they were a little bit cold, so they were like sitting there with their knee rug and like, nah, okay.
I'm afraid that these 3 thugs did not have a throw.
Well, you know, they're comfy.
Well,
Uncivilized.
Aery, can't you do that? The cleaning thing. Prestidigitation. Can't you snuff or light a small campfire? Like that's one of the things with prestidigitation. I don't know how big the bag of grain is. But...
Oh wait, yeah, you can. A candle, a torch, or a small campfire would still be to count as a small campfire.
I would say make an Arcana check, 13 or higher, and you
What if-
can snuff this out.
What if I help as well? Because I've got prestidigitation too.
So I believe
That'd be
you're
after
currently
you-
tying
I
up.
dropped it all the way on the floor.
I believe you're tying up work. Say again.
5 plus 4.
9.
9.
You try to snuff it out, and you can see like it dims for a moment, and then oxygen rushes in, and it seems to blow just a little brighter.
Can I like slap it with mage hand? Like,
Yes, you can slap it with mage hand. You watch as
Is it
more
gonna
embers
do
just kind of.
Make it stop, drop, and roll. Make it stop, drop, and roll. Just like manually roll the sack, try and put it out.
wait,
Yeah, because I had it because it's a cantrip.
You watch as one of the embers almost perfectly circles through the air and lands on top of the black powder barrel that you just moved away. And there's a moment where
Oh, dead.
there's a single as one of the grains catches and pops, and a little brown plume of smoke tickles up, but it does not light.
do we want to throw the barrel downstairs?
Yeah, Brina's just gonna like take the barrel and like walk to the other side of the room with it. Like I
Yeah.
thought that, yeah, she would have like taken it a
The
fair
room.
distance away.
I'm going to leave. I'm leaving the room.
She's
Yeah,
gonna
I
walk
might-
out.
Follow Aery in a huff as if this isn't all my fault.
So where are you trying to go? You can see that there are like large loading doors on one of the narrow sides of the warehouse. You can see there
Like in
are
here, right? Is there like an open door?
no. You can see that all of the doors leading into this warehouse are currently closed.
Okay.
Which way can I see leads to out? So where's the sunlight coming from? I want to go out.
I mean, it's windows. Like this, it's a large
okay.
warehouse. You could just open the sliding doors and walk out into the street.
I'm gonna do that.
Me too.
Yeah, you immediately do. You are met with the sounds of music. You can see streamers have been strung across from rooftop to rooftop. You smell candied apples from a stand across the street. People are laughing and walking up and down, having themselves a grand old time. It's probably about midday on the Spring Crest Festival, and everyone's celebrating and having a good time.
Oh, this is nice. I like this. more like how I like to spend my day.
As you're standing there taking all of this in, you can see a family walking by, a mother, a father, and their small child walking by. And the little kid looks over into the warehouse, says, Mommy, there's somebody sleeping. And looking behind you, you can see the two forms of the people that you just left lying there, now visible and open to the street.
I like to hike up my dress a little bit, crouch down to the child's level, and go, "No, sweetie, they're unconscious."
The eyes go wide, and the father looks at you and and quickly escorts the daughter away. As the family just moves out of the way. But the mother does look back, and she seems she has a concerned expression as she moves away.
Next day, goodbye, ta-ta!
Meanwhile, Hork is something that we have to deal with. Eredan, make me a nature check.
I can do that. It will be bad. 16.
16. Okay. Hork is going to try to break free from that. He gets a 15 strength, but he has advantage. Yeah, 15 strength. He's not able to break free. You are able to tire him up. Tie Hork up.
All right, cool. So given that this whole place is just gonna fucking go up soon,
If you guys don't put out the fire.
yeah, I have no faith in us. I'm gonna attach a link of rope to his wrists, and I'm just gonna lead it, imagine he's like this, and I'm just gonna lead him up outside.
So he's still prone on the ground.
Okay, so I can't drag him out or lead him like a prisoner.
You can stand him up, but you'll have to contest his strength.
Perhaps we shouldn't take him out into a busy street. It doesn't look very favorable for us in the first place.
I mean,
Leading this guy just by the rope.
That's fair, but I mean, all right, so he's tied up and incapacitated. In that case, I'm just going to take off my cloak and start beating at the nearest fire with it to try and put it out some.
Yeah. Make a nature check with advantage.
That is 10.
10 is actually enough. The DC was 10. You are able to smother out the grain fire. Finally, your cloak is now definitely singed, and you can see soot marks along it. But the warehouse is no longer in danger of being blown up from this specific sack of grain.
Are there any other barrels or anything in here, or is it just all kind of contained at the back?
So you can see it's kind of a hodgepodge all over the place. There's no real system of organization. It seems like whoever ran the place just kept things in places according to their memory. There are black powder barrels all over this warehouse. Probably in total for the size of the warehouse, maybe a dozen and a half.
Right. Well, as much as I'd like to interrogate these two, I get the feeling we maybe just need to leave. I don't know if anyone knew this or I've had dealings with this one, and she'll point to Rilio.
Yeah. Make a perception check for me.
Dice. Yeah, I know where they are. Perception is a +1, and I rolled an 8, so that's a 9.
Yeah, no, you're good. Continue.
Okay. He appears to be the son of the town guard, was it?
Captain of the guard in town.
Captain of the guard, So
yeah. Town guard. Yeah.
That's what he was going on about. With my father would be hearing about this.
He's a little shit, and honestly, it just sounds like a bit of a time. But I think that we would be very wise to get out of here before anyone else gets here.
No. If it's a festival, could we not pretend that he's with us and drunk and help him go somewhere slightly more permanent? Why didn't we kill this man?
Well, I don't know.
We
Is
need
this
to talk to someone.
gentleman recognizable? So, is there any way that we can conceal who he is? I mean, the half elf gentlemen. I can easily carry. That'd be a more inconspicuous person we take to question.
Perhaps.
Tell you what, why don't we go ahead and take a break? And let everyone go to the
Dumbass
bathroom.
party figures out what we're doing. We're just like, party is split. We're all just standing there with our hands on our hips, just like, oh my god, is he dead?
Meanwhile, Hork is struggling against the ropes, just.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie. I also have a hole in my stomach. I'm hungry.
Yeah. Bryn
Yeah.
also would have like tied Rilio and the half elves hands behind their back.
Sure.
That's-
So
'Cause they're
as
unconscious.
you start tying the ropes behind Rilio's backs, that's about the time that you realize that he is not breathing, and that he has been dead since he was struck by the lightning orb.
Hmm.
I was very acutely listening for non-lethal, and I never heard it. Yeah.
Only Hulk we weren't killing.
Perfect.
I mean, I'm not
So you start
sad, but
Well, I don't think that we can question this one anymore, so perhaps we take the elf and leave.
can we just throw him down into the thing? Make
Wait,
it seem
do
like
we want to
it
go
was-
back? Are we all
We could
out? Do we
reunite.
want to go back inside and shut the door and have this conversation?
Yeah,
We
look,
could
let's do that.
reignite the grain bag and place him next to it.
I mean,
No,
I'm
no, no,
for
no.
that if you'd like.
No, I don't know if Bryn would actually say that, but she's like, oh, he fucking dead.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we
Okay, let's
actually
go ahead and take a break.
Yeah.
It is the 40-minute mark here. I'm sure it's the 10-minute mark in Adelaide, based on whatever your hour is, your time zone.
Yes.
Shall we do a 15, a 20, a 10? What are you guys feeling?
As long as I can make a cup of tea, I'm happy.
Yeah, 15's
Let's
good
do a
for me.
15.
15's fine.
So the 55 or the 25 per your time zone.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right.
Yes. Well then, we'll be back soon.
Wonderful.
Done. You're muted.
Welcome back, everyone.
We just like absolutely took his words away with how fucking chaotic all of our ideas and suggestions how to progress was. He's like, I don't know if I can DM these people. They're monsters, all of them.
Yeah, there was some brainstorming that just went on, and we interrupt that brainstorming session to bring us back to the D&D game where they actually need to do things or continue brainstorming. So, I guess the more important question is, are you going to cut his face off or his whole head? Like,
Or
where are we
acid
drawing the line?
spray. His face. I do that 'cause it's kind of gross, but I want to do it.
Oh, I would happily cut his face off. I have a dagger.
Did anyone want to check pockets or anything? Maybe they have some other kind of identification.
Did Natalie actually share who what's his face is?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was just something that we talked about. I would like to check his pockets.
Yeah, totally.
And Bryn will check the pockets of the half elf.
I would like to start
Oh,
posturing
no.
as if I'm going to cut his face off, like kneel down by him, sort of wipe my blade on my dress, get everything ready. But I don't really quite want to actually do it.
Investigation or just what for?
Sure. I mean,
All the
he's
people who
dead.
didn't want to cut his
Yeah.
face off are just like watching her do this and not saying anything.
Just
You
laying down. I
can't
have a
interrupt
couple of
people's
daggers.
actions.
Yeah,
You
I have a couple
find-
of daggers. I
Like-
just lay them down in order, polish everything up, sort of set everything.
Look,
you know,
if you
sterilize my area.
if you are definitely hesitating, Natalie is 100% over there. Like, don't do that.
Oh, you don't. Well, if it would make you uncomfortable.
It seems
It would make me
unnecessary.
incredibly uncomfortable. I think people's skin should perhaps stay on their body.
An interesting point of view. I'll take it under consideration. Let's.
By the way, have you
I'll
guys
leave it for now.
have you guys closed the door to the warehouse?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. In his pockets, you find 2 gold and 4 silver. In addition, you also find a small leather pouch of hand-rolled, almost like cigars. But they're all kind of lumpy and uneven. They were not a lot of care was put into their make.
Thought he's meant to be rich.
And on the
Some
half
of that
elf,
is one of those like private school boys that rolls their own because they think it makes them seem cool.
yeah.
Um,
Bryn rolled 16, but it's -1 on investigation, so she got 15.
He's so you have 2 dead people and 1 unconscious person. They're not fighting back.
No, it was she was checking, the pockets of the half elf.
Yeah, you're able to go through all of the pockets. In the half elf, you find 1 gold and 2 silver in his pockets. You find what looks to be some toothpicks. What else does he have in his pocket?
What has he got in his pocket, sis?
You find that he has a handful of jewelry, rings and earrings of different sizes.
Is there like a monetary value of that, or just rings and
They
or
look
like a
shabby.
numeric amount of like?
We'll say like 3 earrings and 2 rings. They look shabby. They don't look like nobility, like inlaid with diamonds. They just look like ornamental.
And by 3 earrings, do you mean sets, or he just has like a random
3
pair earring?
separate, different earrings.
Okay. Does he have his ears pierced?
I didn't intend for him to, so I don't think he does.
Would he like them to be? No,
He's unconscious. He wakes up like, why?
You heard. She would also like remove any weapons. You said that she saw like a flash of all these like daggers and stuff when he was doing his fucking parkour around the room.
He's got easily 18 daggers.
Okay, she's gonna
hidden all across his body. Frankly, you think it would be difficult to move with that many daggers?
No, if you're doing parkour!
At some point, you would like poke yourself and be like, ow!
Alright, shall we move? Are we trying to convince Hawk to walk with us, or are we trying to take him in fits of laughter?
Nah,
I think we should ask
That's worn off.
him
Okay.
to be nice.
Bryn is gonna go over to Hawk and like crouch down next to him.
I imagine at this point he has sat upright, and he's kind of got his legs crossed. He's kind of moping, and he looks at you.
Now, Hawk, we would like to take you with us. Can you... She's like trying to think of words that don't have R's or double U's in there because he got confused by her accent. Can you come and not make a scene?
Why you hit Hawk?
Hawk, you hit us first. We didn't want to.
He shakes his head and he points at who did hit him? I don't remember.
Pretty sure he hit first.
He hit me first before I think
Did he?
anyone else saw him.
Am I
He
misremembering?
buffed Aery, didn't he? First, that was
Yeah.
his first attack.
The
Everyone
first
else couldn't
time
see him 'cause
anybody
they were down the
saw
stairs.
We
him.
hit the other people first, but no one struck Hawk.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Yeah. Well, in that case, then he will. Why?
Because we are very nice people, and we would like to have a chat with you, if that's okay. But not here. Maybe if you come with us, I can tend to some of the wounds for you. For the times that we did hit you, but you did hit us first, and you did hurt him. And she's gonna point at Aery, who's like all bloodied, a lot.
Yeah. At this point, Hork kind of Indian style stands up so that he's at his full 7-foot height, towering above you, and looks down at you, and just and holds out his hands that are tied around the wrist.
I am going to undo these. Please don't hit me. And she will, like, making sure everyone is looking to her, like, that this isn't going to catch anyone off guard, but she is going to undo his wrist.
You loosen the knot on his wrists, it comes free, and he pulls free and grabs his wrists, and without a word, he turns around from you and starts walking away.
I don't know if that worked.
Not walk away.
He gets 10 feet away over towards where the knocked over stool is, where he was, and you see him lean over and pick up a carving of a small wooden duck and a small carving knife, and he sheaths the knife and pockets the duck and walks back over. Okay.
Right. Okay. Well, shall we all go elsewhere now? She's gonna like look at everyone else like,
How do we take, and she'll motion towards the half-elf passed out, that one with us?
I'll carry him, and Bryn will like walk over and like go scoop and like have the arm over. She's like, I can stagger it a bit to make it
The
look
head is like lolling back forward and then back.
Is there a like a
idea?
Oh,
Can I
sorry.
do so? I think I can do this with.
Are you gonna try to swap his face with Rillia's?
No,
that-
what I was gonna try and do is use. I don't know if it works with prestidigitation to just try and make it look like he's thrown up all over himself, like he's really drunk. And like,
I think you can soil something. Does that kind of soiling?
Yeah, instantly clean off soil on object no larger than 1 cubic foot. So yeah, can I just like make vomit down the front of him?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I've never seen it happen before, but prestidigitation is already powerful enough.
Prestidigitation to make someone think they'd shat themselves once.
Did I do that? No.
Yes, you can create sensation smell.
Is there also like a tankard or something, like maybe where they were playing cards to like?
Yeah. There's like a knocked over metal tin
that I can I'll like put in Brynjael's other hand. If
yeah.
Just to kind of make it
to balance out.
Yeah.
Sure.
God, we have vomit guy now. All right.
I love that.
The next question is, where are we going? I haven't been in town for that long. I don't have logic.
We didn't even make it into town.
Should we
Speaking
ask for an
of
inn?
which-
Just get ourselves a place.
Oriana, do you care for us to find our horses, or were you not particularly attached?
It's a little bit attached. I just
because mine was a bit of an asshole. But if you want fun,
Have they eaten or something? No, that was...
no, they're just outside Crazy
sure.
Person's shag. I have no idea how to get there though, so maybe we'll just hope that they wander into town. I'm more bothered by all of our stuff that's on the horses.
oh yes, that too.
So he was in town, like
Oh, he was.
Yeah. You
I thought
weren't
it
on
was
like a shack out
outskirts.
past the town. No. He was definitely like within the town proper. He just flagged you two down because racism.
The story of our lives.
I am happy to go for a wander to try and find our horses and all of our shit. But
Far as rooms go, I do have quite a nice place in the city, but I would just wonder about, what they might think of our condition and his condition. It was like gestures, the guy that he just covered in vomit. And also himself covered in blood and kind of everyone else, like. So maybe
I can't-
we are going to intimidate we should go somewhere a bit rougher because I would hate to get blood on my carpets, and none of you really look like you would cover that. So,
Right. Well, I
I'm just
had
saying.
about that, and she's going to point to the blood all over Aery's clothes. But gets sure, and she's going to pat Aery on the shoulder and give 10 points of lay on him.
That feels nice. I like it.
You look like you like nice.
I like you. Now I have all of my hit points back. I only had 11.
That is not
Oh,
much.
yeah. And she's also gonna give her last 5 to Natalie. Well,
Oh, appreciate it. Wait, does that also? No, that puts me at 12.
oh hell yeah! Or maybe I should have given myself a couple. That's fine. Done now.
This is a health optional game.
Yeah.
Shall we find something a bit closer to here then, or do we
I
want to
think
kind
it's-
of get away?
If we just go to the forest at the outskirts of town, find a clearing.
A pond.
Is it going to seem weird that we're carrying a drunk guy out into the forest, though?
6 random town strangers abducting the drunkard.
Amazing.
Weirder things have happened and people will not bat an eye. But
That's-
personally, I would prefer not to spend any time out in the forest. If you would like, I can go ahead and maybe book us a room. It's not too bad, but not too good, you know.
Yeah, like a mid-range. Like a nice, but not too nice.
Yeah.
Like
We can-
they might have a couple of fist fights that happen in the bar. Neat place.
We can maybe try and find your horses.
Would like to try and find my things.
Let's make a move.
Well,
Standing in here.
well, hopefully, if you said that that tower was going to blow up, they'll run away from the tower direction towards us in the direction of the not explosion. I don't know how horses work.
Like a moose.
Yeah, he's an elk. Thank you very much. Although maybe she should ride a moose.
Spirit moose out of town.
Yeah.
Let's go then.
Yes. Let's.
Let's just
Who's going to
exit
be
out of the nearest
carrying
exit.
carrying the big ones?
No, the big one is walking with us.
He's walking.
Hawk
The
coming with us.
unconscious one. Who's carrying him?
I'm carrying unconscious
Brynjael.
boy.
Very well.
Yeah. So the 6 of you, along with Hork and the unconscious half elf, who is somewhat drenched in arcane vomit, slide open the door to the warehouse. Once again, you see the streamers across the buildings. You smell the candied apples, the sugared nuts. You can see children are playing different games at different stalls. Some are walking down with balloons. This seems to be whatever happened within the warehouse, no matter how noisy you guys were, has been completely drowned out by the volume of activity out on the streets. It seems like the whole town is in celebration for this festival. It's just after midday at this point. The sun is starting to set. You've probably only got a couple hours until it fully goes down. And you're heading out of town. You're heading to a tavern. Where are you going?
I think we're trying to skirt around the building to get to the horses, right? Like just kind of following it a little to kind of work out a way back to the
Sure.
front.
And keeping an eye out for like a mid-range tavern. Like not
Yeah.
budget tavern, but not luxury tavern.
We're not
One
looking
that
at
wouldn't turn
entry-level.
away a
Yeah.
drunk guy. Like
They will take your
and
money. If you've got coin,
any
they'll
good
take
tavern.
it.
Yeah. You navigate your way around the block and come back towards the front of the small shack where Ruo was stationed, the quote-unquote alchemist who convinced the 2 sisters in. And you can see that the door is shut. There's a sign that says closed for Springcrest Festival. Outside on the post on the front, though, you do not see your horse.
Fire. Am I remembering that wrong?
Do you
How do you
remember?
load up on fire?
What?
We did definitely think that he was setting the house on fire.
We heard
That's also part of the reason why I thought it wasn't in the city.
Do you want to see if he's in there? We could see if he's hiding somewhere. Maybe
Kill him
there's
for retribution. Yes.
Yeah.
Should we not deal with the unconscious drunk man? She'll say that a little louder. In Bryn's arms right now.
Can Bryn also see sets of like hoof print? Like
it is impossible to tell. It has been an hour or two on a heavily trafficked street on a festival day. Yes, there are tons and tons of footprints going every which way, but looking near the post and seeing like they went this way is all but impossible.
They got towed.
Oh well.
it's like
If I see anybody with my horse.
cart print, and then there's like this cart leads off. You're like, fuck.
There's a yellow piece of paper in the mud.
Your
Did we
horses
find
have been
any taverns
impounded.
along the way?
Yeah, for additional information, called Jed.
Jed.
Did
Right,
we
well,
find-
tavern.
Yeah.
Tavern. Figure this out later.
Sure. Walking up and down the streets, you see the entire town is abuzz. It seems to be a larger holiday. Most stores and restaurants are closed for this holiday. However, most of the bars and taverns are still open. This is like St. Patty's Day. This is like a pretty big deal for this town. And you see, you do come across a tavern that's 3 stories tall. The doors are wide open. You can see that some of the chairs and tables have been moved outward into the street to create like a streetwide patio that's out in the sun. People are laughing and drinking and having a good time. It's not super seedy, but it's not super nice. You expect that you would pay a fair price for a drink and be pretty confident it was actually good. And this bar. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, not necessarily to RP. It's just a cute thing. While we're walking to the tavern, I would like to make Hawk less uncomfortable by complimenting his duck and then also showing him my little rope toy thing. Like, you know, like having a little moment like, hey, look, you do make a cute thing, I make a cute thing. We have cute things.
We're making the cute thing together.
Yeah. You know, like, this guy was just knocked out by us. Like,
Yeah.
It's cute that you said that because I was going to take an opportunity to be like, nice goose.
Oh, no.
You can do that also.
I imagine that's the conversation. Like you have this conversation with Hork, and there's a moment where you're stopping and looking at in which different direction, and then you just lean over and you're like, "Nice goose." And Hork, you can see he's like a little crestfallen. But to you, Natalie, it is very clearly a duck. Like it looks like a duck. It walks like a duck.
Stop
Quacks like
sending
a duck.
unsolicited duck pics.
Yeah, the tavern is called the Hero's Hearth.
We'll call this one, shall we? You can try all of
let's
Nice
Fine.
enough.
give it a go.
Awesome.
Does-
Oh, go ahead.
Was this like the... Sorry, I keep interrupting. Was this like the tavern that we were at before?
This is a little more upscale, I think.
Okay, right. Okay, so it's fancier than the other one. All right, cool.
Sure. Yeah, so you make your way inside. There's live music being played. You can see servers and waiters are going to and fro. You can smell like something nice and hearty is wafting out of the back on the air. People are talking, laughing, having a good time, celebrating the end of winter and the coming of the spring. What are you looking for? A room? Are you looking for a waiter? Are you looking for a drink? What's happening?
Yeah.
Rooms.
Room. Okay, before we get to like the counter, I don't know. I will definitely check to see if we want just one room because we have 2 different people to interrogate. Would we want them to be in the same room?
You have 8 people in a group as well.
Oh, I'm sure they have situations like that every once in a while.
Do they have like interconnecting rooms? Like at least ones with like a door in between?
Yeah, suites.
Yeah, do they have a suite? And then maybe
Yeah,
like they have
absolutely.
like the suites that then have that other. It's like a single room, but you can open the door in the middle and you can make it like
Yeah.
a room.
Yeah, they have those.
Cool. What did you say? You cut out.
That
was worse. How did you manage that?
I turned my noise suppression off, so hopefully it will be better. But
Okay, yeah, that's much better.
You much better.
okay, I'm going to go to the counter or the bar or like wherever I can talk to someone who works here.
You kind of have to elbow your way in a little bit. Like it's crowded and busy before you finally get to the front. And you can see a gnome on stilts with yellow spiky hair, like pointed up super colorfully. He's like spinning different bottles as he makes his way over and slams them down in front of you. And, "Hi, how can I help you?"
Oh, good evening. I was wondering if you have any rooms available?
Oh, calling it an early night tonight, are ya? Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. They are 1 gold and 5 silver per night. How many people will be staying?
8. Do you have any suites or like interconnected rooms or anything like that? We do have quite a big party, but we would like to like mingle, if you know what I mean.
Of course, we can do 2 connected suites. Say 3 gold per night for the 2 suites side by side, and he kind of leans in a little bit. I'll add in an extra batch of towels for you.
See, you know what's up.
He winks and is like, I get off at 9, by the way. And goes back to spinning his bottles as he makes his way over towards some keys on the wall and like pulls the keys off and starts juggling all 3, and everybody at the bar just, hey, hands up.
Like clap.
And then as he's going, the keys just like fly over the air and land on the counter in front of you.
Thank you. Maybe see you later. Or maybe not. I don't know. Goodbye. I'm just gonna like dangle the keys and just like go up. I don't know, the stairs. It's 3 stories, right? So I assume it would be up somewhere.
Penthouse.
So the suite is on the 2nd floor, just above the bar. Sorry, American 2nd floor. Wait, Australia is regular 2nd floors as well.
I think we have
So we have, like, ground floor,
like ground and second.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just like, wait, shit. I know I lived there for a year and a half. Anyways, you guys head up towards the floor above the ground floor and find your suites, your 2 interconnected rooms. Get in, close the door. The locks seem to be functional. The suite doors swing open. There are 2 beds in each of the rooms. Fresh sort of down beds. You can see the linens have also recently been washed and cleaned. And yeah.
So the equivalent of a do not disturb sign for the door.
The equivalent of a do not disturb sign is like a chair.
Yeah, sure.
Propped up against.
All right, I'll get everyone in and just close the door just in case we have visitors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 6 of you are in the room, along with an unconscious half-elf and Hork, who sits on the bed, and you just see the entire thing sag down.
No, I was going to go lie on the bed.
There's another
2
one.
beds in the room. You can take the 2nd one. This one actually looks like it has more pillows.
Oh, good.
There's a beam of sunlight coming through the window that's landing directly on the pillow. Like the rest of you is in shade, but your face is just like.
Imagine the little like glittering lights, like.
Is this one of those times that your skin looks pearlescent?
Like yeah, it would be like
Wow.
in direct sunlight sort of thing. Just like
Yeah.
Okay.
light, sort of like shimmer.
Bryn will, with the half elf, prop him up on a chair and then take some of the towels and like, is there like a basin or any source of water, even just like a jug, like of water for drinking or something like that?
There is, yeah. There is a jug for water, and there is a separate wash basin that you can pour fresh water into.
Okay. She's just gonna like, for both Hawk and the half elf, just like clean all the wounds, make sure that they're not gonna go like septic or anything like that. And the half elf, she'll like look at Aery, like assuming that he can now drop the vomit. I think it only lasts for an hour anyway, but
Oh yeah, I'll just wave my wand and
yeah, and
proceed to
she'll,
lazily
like,
from the
yeah. And she'll like wipe his face and clean his face well, and like kind of
after she wipes his face, I'm gonna wave my wand as well and draw just like a little Kelly moustache on his face.
I don't remember. There.
It suits him.
It's charming.
I think so too.
Right. Hawk, like, we can have a chat with you first, or would you feel more comfortable if we maybe walk your friend up?
He
Or-
unsheathes the dagger and starts whittling ever so slightly at the duck. You can see like small wooden shavings dropping down to the ground.
Okay, I maybe we'll see your friend first then. Do you want anything to drink or anything like that while you're waiting?
He looks up at you and then looks over at Natalie and then back at you and says, "No."
Okay. Will you let us know? I hope your wounds feel better. Again, we're sorry that we hit you. Right. And she'll just kind of like turn back to the half elf. And can she try and like wake him up?
Yeah,
Not
totally.
any lay on hands left, but she's gonna try and wake him up.
Yeah, you
Side
kind of
note-
like.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Go.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know when you have sweets, how sometimes they have like bottles of alcohol that come with the room? Is there such a thing? I feel like we all
on
need
thi-
one.
On this specific holiday, there is not, but you get the sense that you can request room service.
Nah, I refuse. That's too bougie for me.
They have like a little bell that you pull, and there's a thread that goes all the way down to like the like the bar counter downstairs, and you ring it, and someone will come to your room.
There is, but the
Oh.
line has been cut.
Damn it!
Oh, rude.
You want
I
middle
thought room
class.
service was too bougie anyway.
I know, but it's still rude.
Yeah,
I
she's
want
too
the
bougie for
option.
Natalie to do it, but Natalie wants a drink. Like,
Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Alright. Okay, yeah, she's gonna try and. I don't know if that means wake up. She's gonna try and wake
Yeah,
up the half
you
elf.
do the universal wake up. Yeah, and you kind of.
That's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
He checks his wounds, sees that they're treated, and then, where am I?
I have actually already forgotten the name of this tavern. I think it was Hero's Hearth, maybe?
Yep, that's it.
But I just wanted to ask you questions, maybe, if that's okay.
What happened?
I mean, you
Where's-
threw a couple of daggers at me. That did hurt a bit, but that's in the past now. And ask some questions.
I get the sense that I'm not allowed to say no here.
You are allowed to say no.
But you
I'm
should.
fine with that.
It would not be in your best
Definitely, you're
interest.
allowed. But I can't guarantee. My friends will think if you say no. Particularly, again, you did a lot of flips, and then you actually backflipped into my halberds and knocked yourself unconscious. And again, threw daggers at us and kind of attacked us. You didn't even give us a chance to have a conversation with you. It's actually very.
He doesn't say anything.
Well, you didn't say no, so I'm going to start asking you some questions if that's okay. Why did you attack us when we got like this came out of a trapdoor?
He looks around the room. Is he in the same room as Hork?
No,
No, he'd be in the other suite. Like he'd
Okay.
walk when and lay on the
each
bed in one
other,
suite.
right? Because they're interconnected.
I mean, there's an open like if he's got. I don't know how the layout of the room is. We're in the other suite.
Imagine
Though.
like regular hotel layout. Like you walk in, there's a bathroom on one side, and then you walk into the main room, and there's two beds.
Yeah, so if
Like
Hawk
every
is
hotel
on the
ever.
bed in the other room, probably not, because I would assume the beds wouldn't be in direct eye line of the intersecting door.
So he looks around. He doesn't see anyone. And did you kill the others?
I didn't know.
Yes. Eminence
Some
is
of them.
leaning up against the doorway, twiddling a dagger, trying to look threatening.
Not all of them.
Hawk's fine though.
Most, though.
Hawk is fine. He was very reasonable when we asked him to just stop hitting us.
But Rilio and Manat?
I don't know, but yes, they're both dead. I don't know who is who though.
Shit. Wait, Hork. Where's Hork?
Oh, he's close by. He's fine. He's actually. I would never have guessed it. I guess this is why they say never judge a book by their cover. But he's quite the
first.
craftsman with carving.
Looking around the room.
Did you want a drink of water or something, maybe?
Listen, you don't know what you've done. Rilio is the son of the captain of the guard. And you've just admitted to killing him.
No, I actually said no. I didn't kill anyone.
The 6 of you.
Well, currently, the only person that knows that we did that is you. And you're not that,
You wouldn't tell
important
anyone,
to
would you?
us.
He kind of leans back in the chair. Make an intimidation check, you two.
Bryn would be no punch. She's just like.
Yeah, Aery, you can make an intimidation check as well.
22.
15 plus 4. 19. I almost said 8. I can't count. 19.
19 and 22. He looks over at the two of you and... Jesus.
See,
Or-
I can tell you have a very trustworthy mustache. You would bet on that.
Clasps at his hands. There's like a silver mirror on the wall and he leans over and... Oh, real mature. Real mature.
It suits you.
actually,
You should try.
I apologize. Well, we actually didn't ask your name. My name. What is your name? She's just like realizing maybe she shouldn't be saying her name.
My name is Sapro. What's your name?
That's not important.
Go by quite a few different. So it's really it's on who you ask, Sappho. You call me
Yeah.
Irradiant.
I'm sorry, this is a lot. Can I get some air?
No, because as trustworthy as you and your mustache look, that sounds like something that we'd say yes, and then you just.
Fine. What do you want from me?
Well, again, all of us, our little meet cutes that we had earlier was all waking up at the same time in a dungeon. And we'd kind of like to know why we're down.
We were trying to frame you.
Oh.
Or
And he looks around. You don't know?
Well, I'm assuming it was the vast amount of poison that we discovered when we were down there. Squire's Bane really is not a very nice thing to put in, like, anyone's consumables. It's terrible. It kills a lot of people yearly because they don't know what they're eating. And then to put it in someone's food, it also doesn't taste very.
we obviously don't know.
Oh, was it the explosions? Because I don't think anything has exploded yet.
So it's still, and he looks out the window, it's still Springcrest.
What?
It's... Okay. All right.
Enjoying this.
No, I don't
So-
like it when you're happy.
I think this is how this is going to play out. You 6 are going to let me go. I'm going to walk out the front of this tavern, walk over to the front of the window, and then yell up what's happening. That's the only way that you're going to get the information that you need.
Well, if you're not going to get information willingly, I guess we just don't need you. So it's kind of like the simple thing. If you're trying to frame us, I mean, we can just leave. I don't live here.
The 6 of you seem like you actually want to help. So if you want to be responsible for keeping Goldford alive, I think you let me walk out this door.
Well, you seem to think that you are our only avenue of information.
And you seem to think that you're going to walk out of here alive, despite making these threats. I feel like perhaps you help and we consider letting you go after that.
Yes, I'm on board with that plan.
Yeah, another day, maybe we may have taken the suggestion, but we've had a really bad day.
He kind of chuckles and, well, that's a darn shame then. The only way you're getting anything else out of me is if it's from me on the street yelling up to the window.
Okay, Bryn's just gonna, Bryn's just gonna like whack him in the back of the head and knock him unconscious again.
He goes down unconscious.
I really like
trying to frame us.
I really like that he thought it was a smart idea as well to be standing on the street screaming the particulars of some plan to destroy the town.
Oh, yeah, he's probably definitely just going. Bryn's gonna like tie him to the chair as well, just in case he comes conscious.
Yeah.
Alright, so we should kill him, yes?
Well, I don't know if we should kill him yet.
Yeah, not right now, and also probably not in this hotel room that I paid for.
Ooh, Aery, I would like your opinion on this.
Oh?
Just a suggestion. Should we get plates?
Should we get what, sorry?
Cheese plates. I haven't eaten. Like, I think that maybe... Natalie, did you want a drink?
Maybe a bottle? Oh, like, I would imagine that I'm, like, standing in the doorway, so I'm watching Hawk, but, like, trying to see them.
Yeah, listen to the conversation. Yeah.
I think, like, maybe Hawk might be appreciate something to eat a little bit. I would love a drink. So maybe I'll go down and order something. Hawk, did you want anything to eat or drink? I think Natalie's going to have one. I'm going to take that as a yes. So, hands up who wants cheese. I'm going to get a couple of cheese platters.
I'm so sorry. It was coming up and it was going to be silent, and then you turned to ask him a question, and I was like, I can't not.
But it was so in character. I appreciate that. Okay, Aery's in for cheese. Does anyone else want any cheese? Maybe I can ask for it to be like a little bit of tapas. Maybe they have like some dried meats and stuff they can put on there.
I could go for a cheese plate.
At that point, there's a on the door.
Which door? The one that has the guy tied up in it, or the other one?
Or the one
I mean, the two doors are like side by side.
Okay.
That's probably our house.
Oh yeah.
I'll just like traipse it over like.
Yeah, you pull the chair out of the way, open the door. You see the gnome with like the stilts of the pointy yellow hair is like, here's your towels.
Thank
Holds them
you.
out. Kind of leans in, sees the guy tied up, and is like, ooh, getting started already.
Oh,
yeah, you know. I was just wondering, if we were to order some food and drinks, would we go to the bar for that, or can we ask you?
Oh, you can tell me. You'll need to pay, though, before we put the order in.
No, it's no problem. You can pay.
Yeah, of course. And he wheels out a quick notepad and a pen.
So what did you want? Like, tapas? Cheese?
Tapas? Like, maybe I, like... Oh, that seems like you're going to tell us that you don't have tapas, and that is going to be really heartbreaking if you tell it to me
it just really seems like... It seems like you... Why do I keep going to Australian? It seems like the four of you, 6 of you, are going to
Actually, there's 8 of us.
It seems like the 8 of you are going to take a minute to go through a menu and figure things out. I just want you to know it's kind of the busiest day of the year, so there's no rush.
Oh, just like whenever you can get it. We'll be here for a while.
It's like more nib. And like Bryn's gonna give him an extra gold on top of what he asked. They like
Okay,
make sure that it's like good.
sure. He looks at it
and
and
some drinks, please.
smiles.
Oh,
Yeah, and pockets it. And
Oh yeah, and just bring bottles. It's going to be easier than carrying cups. So
okay. And walks back down the hallway, humming a little jaunty tune.
Wonderful. Okay, we're all set.
Goodbye.
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 Natalie, did you and the Hawk maybe conversation?
I think that was chat. Are you kind of in the middle there?
Oh,
But-
yes. Did you want to have a conversation?
Sure. Hawk?
He doesn't look at you, but he grunts.
You. What? Why were you there? Are you just the muscle? Do you know anything about what Rilio was doing?
Hawk. Guard.
Were you there to guard Rilio, or were you there to guard the group?
He kind of shrugs.
Both.
This Sapro, was he your friend, or were you hired?
No pay.
No pay. Then why were you
Food.
there?
Money. Respect.
I can tell you right now,
Rilio.
you don't need the respect of that man.
He's dead.
Also helps.
And he sucked
Really?
anyway, let's be honest.
Were you happy? Serving
Rilio make Hawk important.
Well, I
Hawk-
think that
Hawk big. Hawk scare people. Rilio make people not scared of Hawk. Respect Hawk.
I don't know that that's quite what he was doing. Hawk, I understand. I understand that you're scared of being scary, but serving shitty people like him is not going to get you respect. Doing the right thing and standing up for those that you can help, that are nice and kind and good, that's what will get you respect.
Hawk think about it.
Anyway, I don't want to give you a bit of a lesson. I'm not very good at those myself, to be honest. I have an awful temper, and I'm scary too. But do
He-
you
he
know
kinda
anything
looks up
about
and-
their plan? Yeah,
You,
sorry.
you're pretty. Scary
you.
pretty, but pretty.
I'll take that as a compliment. And yeah, do you know anything? Is there any insight you can give? Why were they trying to frame us? What good does that do? What is this event?
Something. Old guy.
They usually start things, yes.
He say make money with antidote. Lots antidote. He sell.
Right. So they were intending on making people sick and then selling them an antidote. Well, Aery, yes?
Well, I just had a thought, and maybe I forgot that I have an accent.
But I mean, if you're just explaining something to me.
Okay, well, so there was a bunch of red powder, right? And the berries are red. I think that they were going to put the berry powder in the explosives for the fireworks. And maybe that's how they would distribute it instead of trying to like get it, because if everyone be the first of all, then they'll drug everyone.
Of course, that makes sense. So they weren't.
I mean, that might not be what it is, but that's just the.
Yeah, but it would make sense.
I mean, an airborne. Everyone will be breathing in the smoke. It makes a lot of sense.
I'll just kind of look back at Hawk and see if he like that kind of. Like, I'm imagining that we had that conversation in character.
Yeah. It seems to resonate in front of him as much as any conversation in front of him resonates.
Hawk, you seem lovely. Do you really want the whole town to get sick?
Hawk have antidote.
What about everyone else? Do you really not care if it's children and innocent people that get sick?
People get antidote.
But what if they can't afford it? You said that you haven't been getting paid. What if you didn't have the antidote and you couldn't afford it?
He kind of shrugs. Hawk don't know.
Well,
did you ever have to guard the building where they keep the antidote?
No.
What was
Only ever that building.
Make an insight check.
Oh, okay. 19.
Hork is very clearly lying.
But like in a no kind of way.
No, I didn't do that. I would never ever do that.
It's like the equivalent where you turn to wink at someone, but you wink with the wrong side, so you wink with the eye that's actually facing the person you mean to deceive. Right. Okay. Well, with new information, should we wake the other guy up and see if we can get anything else out of him? If we're just like, we already know what's going on. If you want us to, like, let you go at some point, maybe tell us more.
Is this to Hork?
No, this is kind of group.
I think that is an excellent idea.
I might ask Hawk if he wants to talk to Sapro, though.
Nope.
I don't think that's
absolutely
no,
not.
but like in the same room, like.
No, that is. Oh God.
Where did what? I'm not even using Snap Camera. What is this?
If Natalie starts to suggest that, it's gonna get nixed immediately.
Yeah, I don't think anyone agrees with that.
I think that's
Do
a
we
terrible
convince
idea.
him that he's been poisoned then? And that we have an antidote?
I just had another brilliant idea. What if we get some of that powder and we give it to whatever this other guy's name is, and then in return for his information, we will give him the antidote.
Ooh, I wonder if on the cheese plates they're going to have any red berries.
Perhaps.
Could you
Or
prestidigitate
something
some?
red.
I could, but I don't think that I can make him think that he is eating them.
We could smush it on his face.
Force him to eat them.
If it's airborne, we could. And hold our breaths.
Oh, yeah. So if we have the actual stuff, I'm sure we can give it to him.
Like, that's a great answer.
I genuinely do have some of the powder. I also have a dose of the antidote. I also know how to cure it anyway.
Well, then I suggest we actually poison him.
Yes.
Same.
We should do that when he is awake.
Yes.
We should wake him up.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Hawk, you said that you have the antidote. Do you mean you have a dose of the antidote on you? Or you have been pre-antidoted so it wouldn't affect you? Because we may be just about to waste poison.
What?
Have you already taken the medicine?
No. At home.
Okay. Yeah, let's poison that dude.
I'm excited. And then we'll go into the other room and wake him up.
Torture, interrogation, poison.
Well, we didn't torture him
didn't do any
yet. We might
torture.
emotionally
We
torture.
were going to.
If needed.
Now we can just poison him instead.
Oh, I don't really want to. But, Oriana, you seem like you might prefer the blade. I have like 18 daggers that I took off this guy. I'm sure that if you stuck 18 daggers in someone, it would really hurt.
Yes.
Eminence looks interested.
Speaking of daggers, I would like to be glaring daggers at Oriana right now, because why would you offer them to her over me?
So, would you like, some of them are like longer ones, so the ones that I think you just stab people with, I think some of them are like throwing ones maybe. I usually don't use such tiny blades, but I'm sure even with a tiny blade, if you like stuck them like into their hand, stuff hurt.
Yeah. There are definitely some places that we could stick some daggers that aren't going to kill him.
Okay, and
Even
so she's just
poison
gonna
doesn't
like
work.
give Oriana the like 18 daggers that she took off this guy, just in case.
Awesome.
It's got to psychologically also fuck you up a little bit to be like, I'll stab you with your own knives.
Oh, I
Before
didn't
we-
even think of that part of it.
Before we do that, did we want to think about why we were in a weird, fake satanic room and why that was a way of framing us?
Well, I mean, anything to do with a religion, if it's to an extreme, it's pretty easy to like manipulate a narrative, maybe.
Yeah, but
I
then
don't know.
why? I don't know if that's. I'm a bit. Why? Though?
Maybe they expected us to stay locked in the room,
And also,
perhaps they have a path of.
and
And
Oriana
they
and
think that we
Eminence.
are the cult.
Yes, well, that people can have. I know this is a surprise, but people can sometimes have preconceived notions depending on your race. And they might have just looked at Oriana and Eminence and said, yeah, they're definitely involved with like devils and stuff. And they probably have never even seen a devil in their life.
No, not a single one. So.
Anyway,
Yeah, wake the
Yeah.
guy up, I guess. But
I feel
Why?
like, yeah, going back to that, if that was the thing that Natalie said, like out loud rather than just a us thing, which I'm assuming it is.
oh yeah, I would imagine it's a yeah.
Yeah. Oriana is just going to be like, we can sort out the reasons why after we've stopped this. Don't you think?
I guess I more meant, should we ask Hawk before we wake up Sapro? Sapro. I wrote that down just in case.
No offense, because even though he tried to murder me and almost succeeded, he seems quite nice, but also pretty useless. I don't think asking him is going to get us very far.
Yeah.
I understand. I guess I just wanted to give us as much of an edge on this shit as possible. Anyway, let's do this.
okay,
I
well,
think
like
I need
through
to-
this, Brynjael was like already shaking the guy away. So like.
Why?
So, a little time has passed since we last spoke to you, and now we have this. And she's going to hold up the red powder.
Okay.
And we thought that it would be really nice. We haven't offered you any refreshments, so maybe you're hungry. And, you know, I can offer you something to eat, or inhale, or drink, or, you know, we can just, like, pour it into like the little guts that are all over your body at the moment.
Are you threatening to poison me?
No, I am
No.
asking how you would like to be poisoned.
Make an intimidation check.
That's not my better one. It's
How does every D&D game always have at least one interrogate the bad guys scene?
22. Rolled a 19 and she's got a plus.
All right, listen. Fine. Don't poison me. What do you want to know?
Where is the nice little area that all of the fireworks are being kept?
They've already been distributed through the city.
Okay,
everywhere.
so everywhere, excellent. And where would everywhere entail? Like, you don't let off fireworks from like 57 different locations. Have like the main areas.
They've been distributed to the population of Goldford. Every family has its own set of fireworks.
Oh,
Oh,
like those
that's
stupid
bad.
tiny fireworks that you go choo and they go whew, just in the
Oh,
backyard.
like
Okay,
the big ones.
then where is the room that the antidote is kept?
You're probably going to need more help if you want to try and figure that out. If you want to try to get the antidote, I should say.
Well, I already know what the antidote is. I'm actually a bit herb myself, but I was just more wondering where the main caches of it is stored. Anyway, if you can't offer us any more information, then unless you have something that's like really cool, you can tell us. That's going to be really helpful. We probably maybe don't trust you any. And I think Oriana may have some other things that, like, and she's just gonna like point at
Multiple
Oriana
knives.
that has like all of the 18 daggers.
He looks over and is like, "Oh, you're getting your fingerprints on them. No. Oh, stop.
Oh,
Please."
yeah, and
Oh.
she didn't wash her hands before she was holding them, so she's got the natural oils from the skin, and
Oh.
it's really hard to get the polish off.
Oh, God. Do you know how hard it is to polish 18 daggers? Fine. Look, just put them down and I'll tell you.
Yeah, that worked out better than I was anticipating. So excellent. What would you like to tell us?
There's a mage. Mr. Chin. It was his
I met
idea.
him.
You know him?
Well, I wouldn't say that I know him. I thought I did, but then, you know, he kidnapped me. So maybe I don't really know him, you know?
Sure. Anyways, it was his idea. He got Rilio involved, and Rilio got us involved. And we were assured there would be a healthy payday, and that largely the population of Goldford would recover. He's got a cache of null root, already prepared in individual doses for an antidote. But he's a pretty powerful mage. I don't know if you six could handle him.
Well, I'll have to know that we're pretty cool. So she's just kind of got nothing, and she's like just looking at like the other people in the room.
like-
You seem like a pretty shady guy who knows some other pretty shady guys. If you don't think we can take him down, would you have volunteers to help?
To help you?
Hmm.
No. Why?
Keep in mind, your options are be helpful or be dead.
I honestly don't think that you'll kill me.
That
I think
is
that
a lot.
you're I think that your killing of the others. I don't think they're dead. I haven't seen
I
them
would
or
like
their corpses.
to-
See, we should have cut off his face and taken it with us.
Could I step forward and just bury one of my daggers in his thigh?
He has 1 hit point. Are you going to be lethal or non-lethal here?
Non-lethal. It's like avoiding that artery that runs down the thigh.
You know, the big one.
Outer thigh,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
inner
Yeah.
thigh.
Flesh wound.
Your dagger, you dagger him in the thigh. He... God! Why?
Well,
we're
because you
okay.
said to believe us, that's kill you.
Don't tell me I won't do something.
So, you want me to do something impossible and get people you don't know to help you on a suicide mission?
Well, I'm sure that actually
Or
we probably
die.
could tell some people that they're all going to be poisoned by this one guy because he just wants to like make profit on an illness, which is like a very shady deal.
I mean, if you're really that concerned, why haven't you tried the town guard? I think.
We're not stupid because Aurelio's daddy was like the captain of the guard or something.
Do you really think he would try to bring his dad onto something like this? He's the
Not
captain of-
necessarily bring him on, but it can be like parents can like, you know, when you have like kind of the dropkick son, and then they still kind of have hope that maybe one day they're not going to be a dropkick, so they don't care that they're a dropkick.
Listen, that's
Also,
a lot of metaphors.
people will go to lengths to not believe terrible things about their family.
And I
but
don't
maybe
think
like
it'd be
is there like a
great idea
second
to be
in
like,
command? There could be like something else to go to, like maybe town mayor or something. I think they'd like be pretty concerned that's like all their people die.
Oh, I'm just out of curiosity, what time do they usually set off all of these fireworks?
He kind of leans back and smiles a little bit. Just after twilight.
Cool. What time of day is it?
Yeah, because there was sunlight pouring in the windows.
It's probably about 2 in the afternoon at this point.
Oh, that's okay. So what if we all just split up and just steal all the fireworks we can, and then run into the forest?
I mean, this is like the best way possible, but like we've all taken a decent amount of damage, and we in need of a rest.
Yes.
if you do need to rest, I am fully hit pointed up. Nobody touched me.
Yeah, same.
Same, I
fine.
healed myself, so.
Considering that the last time that we were, well, considering the time before we met, we ended up unconscious and in a satanic ritual room, maybe let's not separate for the moment.
Oh, I was definitely joking about that.
With all the sitting around, like, how long has this been going on for? Does this count because we're just sitting, talking, not exerting ourselves as a short rest?
Yeah, I'll say you guys can probably finish up a short rest by about 2:30. I imagine there was about 30 minutes or so of like making sure the door is propped up against the door. The door is propped up. Chairs propped up against the door.
Yep. Yeah.
Jeez.
Okay.
Make sure the door.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
2 and 3 coming shortly, hopefully. Sit, have a little bit to drink, and then we take it from there.
You cut out a couple of times.
You said
Good
we're
on the
gonna
way
have
up.
a little
Little bit
of a-
to eat, little bit to drink, then go
Yeah.
about doing what we're gonna do.
We got little bit over and over, but not the noun at the end of the
a
sentence.
little bit and a little bit and just a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, I said I was using. Give me my hit points back.
You have to
I
roll
said
them
I was
yourself
having a
for
short rest, and it was.
You have to roll them yourself for a short rest.
Oh,
Long rest for full health. Yeah, you gotta
I
roll.
thought it would add it for me.
You can maybe bother the bard about doing the helpful thing. I think that's a level 3 thing.
Oh yeah, Song of Rest.
Oh,
yeah.
I rolled an 8 and a 12. That's with +2 constitution. I think I'm back up to full.
Yeah, I think.
Barbarians.
Oh.
Cool. What's it listed under? It's frickin'.
Since I do not need to do any resting or hit point rolling, I would like to sit on the bed opposite man who we've tied to the chair, whose name starts with an S, but I can't quite remember because I'm bad at
Sapro.
names.
Yeah, okay, so do.
Sapro.
Oh,
Like sad bro. But Sapro.
Sad bro.
He's a
Or
sad
like,
bro at the moment.
Sup, bro? But with an A.
Also works. Also works.
Sup, bro?
Sapro.
bro? Sup, bro?
So basically, he's just like Queensland with a bad accent.
All right. If everyone's just choosing to take a moment and chill, I'll remove my dagger from Sapro's thigh and kind of twist it a little as I pull it.
Oh!
Oh, Bryn will like then properly like tend to it so he doesn't like bleed out from the leg.
I'll just walk away and pretend not to notice that.
I'm getting
Secretly
mixed
go
signals
over
here.
there.
This is weird.
Don't
You've never heard of good cop, bad cop?
Kill you, but it's like you need to know that we can and will if we have. I can understand how it's.
There's a lot going on here. Short rest happens.
Play a soft lullaby on my lute and give everyone my flute and give everyone an extra 1d6.
Speaking of which, yeah, who has the lute from the other?
I do.
Yes. Would you like to attune to it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then I will add it to your caricature sheet.
Caricature.
Caricature.
I swear I should be on push to talk. I just say stupid shit the whole time.
That's great. I love it.
No, if you're on push to talk, then we'd miss all the wonderful content.
Story of my D&D. Here you go. Dink. I have added it to your character sheet. You have specifically the DOS lute. Which
Love
I just
DOS.
realized sounds like Das, like Das Loot.
Oh, I was more thinking about
It is
dossing
just-
someone.
I
But,
was
like-
thinking of Swiper. I love DOS.
Yeah, me too. I thought Swiper.
Ooh. That is. But does it need to be fixed before I can use it? Do I think? Because Eredan said that the strings were like a bit flimsy, or being
Yeah,
a magical item, is that not actually that much of concern?
So you can see that the strings are old, and you get the sense that they could probably break after like 20 minutes of continuous play. That said, it's not too difficult to get it restrung.
Okay.
It would probably cost you like a gold or two at most.
Okay. But then for like, so just casting a spell, because that would be a short melody, that would be okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, by the way, it didn't give us gold at the start just while we were all doing short rest stuff. How much gold would we have?
I have gold. Doesn't your background give you determine your gold?
No, mine didn't give me any. It's giving me the option to pick, but I'm like, I don't fucking know.
I just put in a number. Mine didn't
So-
either. I don't know why.
Yeah, so the base is like 15, I think.
15 gold?
Yeah, from your background.
I can't add that. I don't know though. Does it do it automatically in D&D Beyond?
If you select it on your background, you have to fill out your background in order to get it.
But I did fill out my background and it didn't give me any gold. I will sort this out later.
Yes,
No,
we,
because you're
poor.
This is a thing we can do later.
Maybe I just don't have money.
Just don't have any money.
I'm like, what's money?
So you take your rest, you snack on some tapas and a cheese plate and several bottles of differing liquors have been brought. Some significantly more potent than others. But you guys are properly stocked. Your barkeep down at the bottom thinks that this is a hell of a rager going on.
Can I like pop
Right.
the cork on like one of the stronger bottles and like take a swig
Yeah.
and then hand it to Hawk?
Yeah, he takes a swing and passes it back.
Yeah, cool. I will obviously pass it around, but probably see the faces of disgust at the fact that we just both drank out of a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually more into like glassware.
Well, we said we wanted a bottle so it saves the glasses. So like, you know,
Are there glasses in the room?
probably.
There are 2 plastic cups.
Plastic?
Do you say plastic?
Plastic.
It's a hotel room.
What kind of hotels are you
Is
staying
plastic
in?
invented?
There are 2 separate plastic cups, and they come in plastic bags. So you have to debag each of them.
Oh.
What kind
See,
of
in
places
a
are you
world,
staying?
okay, this changes a lot. If there's plastic in this world, that changes a lot.
Yeah.
Fine, they are tin, and they both have fine linen sacks.
That makes
Correct.
more sense.
Equally
Sounds like-
disgusting to Aery.
Yeah.
I like that this was the fact that we could not suspend our disbelief.
I know.
They have fireworks.
It's a
I was
hotel
just
room.
saying, it would change it. Wait, fireworks have been around for a really, really
No,
long
no, no.
time.
Yeah, thousands of like.
I realize that, but I'm like, no, fireworks as like a biological weapon, that's fine. Plastic, no.
Yeah, like germ theory, yes, yes.
I just meant like
No.
from the perspective, if there is plastic in this world, it would change a lot.
The
That's why I was
manufacturing that would have to happen. There's magic.
Exactly. True.
There's polymerizing magic that forms plastic. They think they're real cool, but like it's actually not that hard.
Yeah. They have 3D printers that like actually print the thing instead of in plastic, but like out of the actual. It's magic. It can do what it wants. Okay, you've taken your rest.
Stop talking about the cups.
I think like as
What?
just kind of like a cute moment, I think Natalie would be like asking them about different cheeses and stuff, like because you know basic bitch. So just like being like, why is this one different, and like all that to
Yeah,
Aery
so
and
actually, the way they age it, the crystals in the cheese, you get different umami notes, and it just like goes into like really in depth why the different cheeses, like with the way that the sugars and tones like come out of the cheeses. Bryn's getting real into it.
Brin.
So if everyone's feeling a little bit better, a bit fresher, should we like knock out the guy in the chair before we leave?
You could just gag me. I don't need to be knocked out.
I'm not actually asking your opinion.
It is much
Yeah,
more fun to
yeah,
hit you in the head.
Problem is,
We
he
could
seems
just kill him.
pretty slippery. I would worry that even if we lock him out, maybe pick up. So maybe if we're going to kill him, we may as well do it before we leave.
What
so
is
he
the
can't
What
Plan
if
when
we
we
just
leave.
took off his hand? No, sorry, that Bryn would not.
He could
Wait.
just wrap like a bed sheet around himself. I don't think it will help. I don't know what happened to my accent just then. It was really weird. But I guess it's pretty weird
Don't
most of the time.
people
so it's
often-
okay.
Nope, that's still weird. We could tie him to the bed.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
not meant
that's
to be
what we thought
weird,
was
but-
happening already. Is there like bedposts to the
Go
bed?
without the bed.
Absolutely, you absolutely have this.
Yeah, and then it's
They're-
not
they're not, like-
suspicious because
They're not like tall vertical bedposts. They're like just up to the base of the padding.
But
That's-
my worry is that he will escape from being tied up, whether it is to the chair or to the bed.
But what if we have it so like every limb is like going in a different direction?
In the way where you loop it under, and so you're attaching wrists to wrists, so there's actually no flex anywhere.
You know, I'm just going to tell you from experience, it is possible to get out of it.
Right. Well, okay, so do we kill?
We can kill
We
him.
kill him.
Do we really want to do that
Yes.
here?
Is there a bathroom? Is there a
We
drain?
can just kill him with the poison, and that's not messy.
That's true, just in case we don't get all the fireworks, and then it will look like maybe he died
What
of
if he
natural causes.
has antidote
Pleasantly
on him?
ironic.
If
Oh
he's
no,
straight
he
up,
didn't. I went through his pockets earlier.
If he is dead, it doesn't matter.
I just.
We could strangle him, that's also not very messy.
Pillow?
Also
suffocation.
true. Do
We have a lot of towels.
We have
Maybe-
a lot of towels.
want someone to give us directions?
Okay.
What
You
is our
can have an
plan?
opinion on this, I guess. What would be your preferred method of what we have? And this is to Sephiroth.
You could let me go.
No, that
No,
was not an
no.
option
Yeah,
listed.
that doesn't sound like a very good option for us.
Unless
think-
it turns out you do have some really helpful plan or some big information that could possibly change our minds.
Yeah, you know, if you actually would help us, maybe we will become like, I don't know, attached to you and want to not kill you, but at the
got
Do you
nothing
have a
going
duck?
for you except for a fantastic moustache, I must say.
Because right now, all you did was refuse to tell us information, barely corroborate the information that we brought back, told us that we wouldn't be able to defeat this wizard guy, and you didn't have anybody that could help us. So you see why we don't think letting you go is particularly high on the list of good options.
Hawk said that he wasn't being paid. That's like really terrible, expecting free labor out of people. Were you getting paid?
Fine. I'll help you.
You got any
How?
evidence of that, or
I can take you to Chin's tower.
Is that
You
the
have the
same? I'm gonna like turn to
tower.
like everyone else. I'm like, is that just like?
didn't he
I
say
mean,
that
to
he
be-
was too hard for us?
To be
No.
honest, if he has a tower, surely we can find it ourselves. It's a
Wait.
tower.
Hang on.
Is
there
that
was
where
this
Aery
talk
was
of
before?
there was the talk of a tower, right? Like a tower exploding or something. Am I dreaming? I don't know.
Well, like, it's the alchemist. Was that what? Where did you go? You said you met this guy, Aery. Where did you go to a tower?
Did I go to a tower?
So when you answered the ad, yes, he did have a small, like, a shabby 3-floor tower.
Does 3
Not-
floors even count as a tower?
in a land without elevators.
I guess.
It had like a circular roof or something. Like
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could consider the tower. I wouldn't really, but yeah.
The building that we went past to look for the horse is like the alchemist place. Was that a tower or was that just a building?
That was not. That was just a shack.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. We went there and spoke to him there, then maybe that's the place to go.
What if he just kills us, though? I don't want to die for these people. I don't even know them.
If you have another idea, I'm not particularly tied to. I mean, I like to save the life of innocence where I can because I think it's terrible to kill people if you don't need to. But
What if we. My accent is so fucked today. But. Maybe instead of trying to kill or stop this, we could just steal all of the antidotes and just give it back to everyone.
for me,
can we maybe you said about distribution in the water supply, right? Is that a thing?
well, it is in terms of like you would need to know the concentration, how much water in the well to be able to dose it correctly. Because the only thing is, I'd be very worried that we weren't putting enough in there. And then what if people make their own stockpiles of water at home? But the herbalist, I did speak to the herbalist. I spoke to her about the ailment. I mean, I'm sure the local herbalist would be well enough respected that people would seek out her assistance. I mean, that's where the boy that I took for Squire's Bane was. He might be able to help us in getting it to the populace.
I wonder if we're then
Also-
putting a target on their back, though.
There is still the possibility that if we can warn the guard before this happens and tell them that it is the fault of whatever that stupid wizard's name was, and that he is going to be the one who is trying to sell the antidote, then when it happens, they'll know it's true and they can arrest him and then they can seize it and then they can do it and then we don't really even have to do anything. Wouldn't that be
The
nice?
only problem is how do we explain that without admitting that we killed the city of the guard's son? The
We
captain
can
of the
just say that
guard's
they
son.
were already dead. We just came out of the tunnel and the goblins had already killed them. Because they were goblins.
There were goblins.
Sometimes they are known to kill people. They tried to kill us.
They did start to kill us.
Maybe we bring Sapro with us, hand him over as proof.
He would definitely tell them that it wasn't the goblins that killed his son. He would tell them that we did it.
I just don't know that we need to to kill him. I think that we should... We're going in circles. What do we want to do? What do we want to get done?
Well, if we're putting it to a vote, I vote to kill him.
I think we should. I think it's just, you know, with time and resources taken into account, killing him, it's just like the best thing to do. You know,
He's not an innocent.
It's just the right choice.
I don't know
We're
that
not
it's
killing
the
an innocent. We're killing
best
someone that tried to
thing.
kill us.
I think it's the easiest thing, and we shouldn't be playing with people's lives because it's more convenient for us.
Why?
I
He
feel
was
like
trying
you're
to kill
forgetting.
hundreds of people for greed.
He was 100% on board with that plan. Also, tried to kill us.
Well, I don't know if you can tie like a really good knot, so that we can guarantee that he won't get out of like the knot. Then that's fine, but that's on you.
Might I make another suggestion? Oriana, you're a priestess, yes? Yes?
Kind of.
Roll
do
my
you-
eyes.
Do you have any, or even you, Aery, do you have any spells that can compel someone to do something? Like just read out a letter?
You know, usually I don't need spells to compel people to do things, so no, I don't.
Fair call, fair call. So what I'm suggesting is, we tie him up, leave him in the town square, compel him to confess to his crimes, and leave him to the people of the town.
Let me just double check exactly what the command can do, but I feel like
Don't you have Zone of Truth? Didn't we use that the other day to make sure that we weren't lying to each other?
Yes, I do, but in order to cast that, somebody has to, I want to say, cause him to start talking about the thing. It just means he can't lie.
Well, isn't
There are
that
also
pretty
ways
incriminating
to-
if you can't answer a question?
Well, there are also ways to divert the truth, to talk and not say what's real.
You ask
And I think
someone
this
straight
man might-
up if they're poison in the firework and they don't say anything.
How long do we intend to be here? We just want to stop this happening, right? There's no reason that we need to stay in this town. Can we
Exactly,
just...
which
know
is why
if
we
we can
kill him,
stop
we stop
it.
it, we leave.
Then
I
why
don't
don't we
think
just...
that we can even
leave.
stop it. We just have to make sure that these people can get the antidote and that they're not forced to pay stupid amounts for something that the person who poisoned them is trying to sell back.
Harry's
I
right.
agree.
This is why if we can get him to publicly confess, it gets us off the hook. It means everyone in the village know what's going on and where the antidote is, and it means that he's left to mob justice, so we don't have to worry about anything.
I
guess-
think so that the real bind here is that we did kill the captain of the guard's son.
So,
So no
it
matter
was
way-
in self-defense, but we are strange.
The
We
thing
did.
is...
We still did it. I
is
did.
that if we intend on leaving anyway, why not knock him out, tie him up? Maybe we can... Does anyone know a way to keep him asleep for a decent amount of time? If he can at least stay asleep
I have
until...
a really good way. It's a real back of the head.
Well, if he
for a
can stay
very
asleep
long
until
time.
tomorrow, we'll be gone by then. So it won't matter. Right now, we're not in trouble. If we get him to publicly confess, we then possibly incriminate ourselves.
But if we leave him alive, his plan was to... I don't understand why do you want him to be alive?
I don't want him dead. It's not necessarily that I want him alive.
Well, better him dead than everybody else in town.
But
Well,
I don't. He's a pawn. I
From his-
guess what Natalie is saying. He's not the mastermind behind this. The old man Chin is. And what's this? I mean, Safra, what's your reputation? Have you got an upstanding reputation in this town?
Everyone loves Rilio and I.
Yeah, so I don't know how much people are going to believe him if he starts saying, "Oh, these random strangers are definitely the ones that poisoned everyone." So
Natalie, you can make an insight check.
Okay. I have decent insight. That's +3. Alright. 17.
17.
Yeah, that was a little. You saw him at the bar last night, and while he has power by association through Aurelio, you get the sense that people tolerate him and his group.
He's a sleaze. I don't think anyone's going to miss him, but I don't think anyone will believe him.
And he's definitely not going to track us down. I mean, we kicked the shit out of him well and truly. I mean, that was just me. Imagine if all of us were kicking the shit out of him at the same time. So, if he does get away, probably no one's going to believe him.
There is actually
Probably not
something
come after us.
I think I can do. So I was trying to look at how my sorcery points work for getting back a spell slot, but if I can get back a second level spell slot, then I can use Mind Spike on him, and we can like just tell him that he has to choose to fail it, right? And then I can track him wherever he goes for
Okay.
like. Oh, it's only up to an hour, but never mind. I thought it was like a day. So never mind, that's kind of useless. Forget about it.
I think however we're going to act, we need to act. He said that they usually let the fireworks off at dusk, and it's looking like it's like 3 o'clock now. Like we finished our
about 3.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Are we going to tie this guy up, or are we going to make it look like he died in like an unfortunate sex accident? That's just what
I'm kind of Natalie. He is not the king in this. We probably don't need to kill him. Technically, I was the only one that was injured by him. So I'm happy if we let him. But it's got to be majority. So whatever the group decides, I would go with.
I have a feeling it's going to be half and half.
Yeah,
if we take a
I don't
vote.
really care.
He can live, but if he comes after us, I will be personally offended.
Oh, we can definitely. We
Uh,
didn't cut off Aurelio's face. If he comes after us, absolutely can cut off his face.
What if we just like cut off? No, that's not something that Aery would say.
That's your
But it may be
imagination. Figure out
something.
what she was going to suggest we cut off, chat.
I imagine there's a moment where Aery was like, "What if?" No.
As long as we can keep him out of the way until we've dealt with the antidote, I don't see a problem with leaving him alive.
All right. So we tie him up.
But we have to make sure we're like 100% confident that we tie him up really well.
Well, whose would be the best at tying someone to a bed? And I say this while making eye contact with Aery.
I'm mostly good at like decorative knots, not so much like.
Well, I can tie him to.
Practical.
Yeah.
I imagine
Why
like
not both?
survival skills. Maybe I might actually be kind of alright.
Like maybe if you do like if we're tying him to the bed, maybe you do the legs, I do the arm.
Sounds like a
Fuck it,
plan.
let's all have a go, one after the other. with different
Natalie will
ideas.
at least like while you're saying this, she'll get the butt out of one of her hand axes and just boink him on the top of the head.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Knock
no!
him out. Man, I think it's really bad for you if you get knocked unconscious so many times in a row.
Oh well, we don't
Oh,
really
well.
care, do we?
Well, there you go. Then that's like the happy medium. We didn't kill him, but we definitely killed some of his brain cells. So that's going to affect him later in life.
Have an excellent career in rugby after this.
He's gonna
Alright.
have permanent brain damage.
So both of us rolling survival. Do you say? Do we need to roll to tie him up to the bed?
I mean, I just intended on tying so many knots. Maybe like even putting like a sheet
Yeah.
under the thing and like keeping it in the middle and everything.
I'll say you guys take your time and you do what you all know to be strong knots. Actually, yeah, everyone who wants to contribute roll a d20. And I guess survival would be the save.
17.
I want to contribute, but I don't know how effective it is to have 5 people trying one man.
I mean, it's hilarious, and that's what matters.
I'd be happy to add one of those knots that goes like around your throat, and if you relax too much, you choke yourself to death. But I feel like nobody wanted him to die, so perhaps I wouldn't be allowed to.
He's
Does
also
anyone
unconscious,
feel
so he
like
won't
is there
That's
a
leaning back
possibility
into
for
the
advantage?
death by sexual asphyxia.
Yeah, Exactly.
How'd you do, Natalie?
I feel like I plead advantage, because I'm really good at tying knots. Because I lived in the wilds and stuff. It was an 8. That's with my modifier, by the way.
So you start tying the knots, and
I roll like
you go,
shit.
you tie like one hand, the upper right hand up, and almost immediately Bryn comes over and is like, no. And just undoes it completely and starts redoing it with her knot. You got a 17, right, Bryn? Okay. Anyone else contributing?
No.
I'll have a go
22.
at one of the ankles.
Yep.
It was survival, yeah?
Survival.
Yeah, 22. I rolled a nat 20.
Oh,
Nice.
I got a 10.
Natalie's feeling real dejected right now.
Okay. And Eredan,
Great.
did you roll? Eredan?
Oh, no, I'm not helping. You don't need another person.
We don't need 6 people to tie up 4 limbs.
Not through the middle and like get the chest and
The neck,
Wrap
as
him,
Oriana wanted to do.
mummify him in ropes.
Yeah.
So if
I like to
anybody ever
imagine-
finds him, he just looks like one of those little rope dolls that everybody used to carry around, like on their
Yeah.
keychains and stuff. That's not a person.
Yeah, I like to imagine I just took one ankle and just tied like a very decorative bow that I might have tied once in like learned to tie in my horse's mane as a child in the stables, and it's
Sure,
not
yeah.
very effective.
Yeah.
But it looks good.
You tie him to the bed. By the time you're finished, it's probably about 3:15. I'd say about 3:30. You guys have taking your time with this discussion.
We need to move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, the problem is that we spent all of this time talking about what we're going to do with him and not what we're actually going to do.
Okay, how does this sound as a plan? So, we steal the antidote, we can give it to the herbalist, and then she can advise the guards after people are starting to show symptoms and provide the guards antidote, and then they can distribute it to the people.
The plan.
Warn them what's going to happen so they already know.
Oh
We
yes, but wouldn't
tried.
it be more reliable coming from herbalists? We're just strangers.
Can we find out if the antidote still is effective if it's in liquid? Because if so, this is St. Patrick's Day, right? Or whatever the festival. What was the festival called?
The Spring Crisp Festival.
This is Spring Crisp Festival. Everyone's drinking. We put the antidote in
Don't
all of
the
the drinks.
infants. I don't really understand the culture here, but I don't think that the infants will be drinking the booze. That said, is it so bad? They're very annoying and loud.
But that's how you make them feel better when they're crying. You give them
You give them
a little
liquor?
bit of, yeah. Traditionally,
I think
literally.
that's
But
childhood.
Really?
Eredan had a sad childhood, didn't he?
Yes, you had an unusual upbringing.
I will vouch. I actually did have that happen as a young child. And
Yeah,
you
my
like
parents
did
our
that too.
pacifier and
Our mother
Didn't
used to dose Jimmy with cough medicine, apparently.
That's
Yeah,
why
I think
I
I
turned
got
out the
those.
way that I did.
yeah,
My mum's a
It's
doctor.
not-
I think I got dosed for something other than booze.
it's not brain damage. It's brain love.
Oh.
Right. So,
True.
well, first step anyway is going to the tower. If we're stealing this, and we kind of need to have it.
Was the antidote in the
Boy,
tower?
but if we come across this wizard, that he's going to kill us. And like I've said many times today, I don't want to die. I would just like to keep being alive. So if we can solve
Well,
this
we
without
can
putting ourselves in harm's way,
Do we just then tell the town guard
I
That-
think maybe we
the
can.
plan?
And if we tell them who will have the antidote after, we know who it's going to be, and then they can just take it from him and distribute it.
Well, that sounds like a plan. And Brenna's also going to go into the other room, Hawk, and she's going to give the 1 gold and 2 silver that Sapporo had in his pocket.
Oh,
And
okay,
I
yeah.
know that you said that you weren't getting paid, so this is just a little. And you can also help you're getting paid in food, so you can help yourself to like cheese platter stuff.
as you look over, you can see that like 95% of the platter has already been eaten. There's like 2 grapes, and one of them has already been like bitten in half.
I see you've helped yourself to the cheese platter, so then this is just on top of that.
He takes the coin, bites it, and then sticks it in his pocket.
Please don't go in the other room. Just don't go in there. I'm going to lock it, but just like, don't even try.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are you going to do?
Take a nap.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. These seem like a really nice bed.
Okay.
Aery's had better. Was laying in better beds.
It's you.
So, what's everyone doing?
We're going to the town guard.
Yeah. I
To
don't
the
know
town
how we're going
guard!
to prove this.
Do we want to have a sample of each? Like the
I
poison
have
and the
some.
antidote?
Yeah, I have the poison and the
Cool.
that I grabbed.
Might I suggest, if we're going to the town guard, not to separate, but perhaps not everyone should be visible when we confront them in case things go poorly.
I think that's a very good idea.
We don't all want to be arrested.
I'm a bit suspicious of what the quality of guard is in this town if they had a son like Rilio.
Well,
one picks
can't
Always
judge.
control your children.
Yeah, like some people have really shitty parents, some people have shitty kids, but that doesn't mean that everyone is in the
I
family.
know, I
bad.
guess it's more suspicious.
Maybe he was just like rebellious. Maybe his dad is like super strict and like has always been by the book, and so now Aurelio's trying to be like different and independent and get back at his dad by being a leader.
And some people are just
Or-
assholes who choose not to be a part of their family. That happens.
I don't know. The way that he said that his father will hear about this, I get the feeling that he gets a lot of leniency.
Maybe Daddy cleans up the mess, but that doesn't mean that he tolerates.
That's fine. I guess I am supporting Eminence's idea that we should be cautious.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like healthy level of skepticism. Always.
Let's do it. Do we just find a guard on the side of the street, be like, yo!
Well, maybe they can point us to like an office.
Is there a guardhouse?
Yeah, is there like barracks or anything?
So there are on intersections. Every other intersection, there is like a single raised platform where there's a guard. You can see that, especially on the festival today, most of the guards are pretty relaxed. You get the sense that the guard presence for this town isn't so much to maintain order and decorum within Goldford, but more so to dissuade outsiders from doing anything reckless or disrupting the general peace within the people. However, you are able to find one of these guard towers. You can even lean out the window of your second floor and see, a platform just raised up where there is a guard with a conical metal hat, and he's just keeping an eye down the street.
Right, well, I guess approach God, ask where we go to speak to someone.
Sure,
I mean, maybe we can just speak with them.
So you approach this guard.
Well, I think we're deciding first who is going
okay.
to approach the guard.
Yes.
So who wants to? I mean, I have the Squire's Bane and the Root as well, so I'm happy to speak. I know you were wary about getting arrested, so maybe you don't want to come. And that was to like Oriana and Eminence. And I guess Aery. Wait, did you also, was Aery suspicious? Or no, Aery wanted to see the guards.
Dying.
Yeah.
Oriana and I don't have the most trustworthy of faces around these parts.
but I can be rather persuasive if you do need someone to go with you.
I'm good at hiding and shooting, so I might be good to have at a distance ready to go if they turn on us.
Maybe don't shoot a guard, but it's lovely to know we're covered.
The last time the first thing I did in this town was get knocked out for headbutting the guard captain's son, so I think I will most certainly stay outside.
You know, that's pretty fair.
So how
Especially
about
considering
we all hide?
we then killed the same son that you had, but that looks really bad.
Yeah, so I'm going to avoid, but I will be there for support.
So, Oriana may want to come with Aery. Do you want to come with us?
I'll go with you, and also I'll do this. And I like wave my wand and I put the sky self on myself.
Awesome. What does Aery look like?
Like a human woman. With like
Okay.
short, like blonde hair tied up, like a cute dress.
Yeah, I mean,
Lots of jewelry.
it is the Spring Crest Festival, so Aery fits right in. So it is who's going to speak to this guard? It was Aery.
Bryn, Ori, and Aery.
Bring Ori, Aery.
Yes.
Awesome. The three of you are also stacked up in a column on my screen as well, so that's kind of neat. You head out, or are we still in deliberation?
We were heading out, I think. We were going to that guard that we... Oh.
Sure.
I say we head out, and are the rest of us following at a safe distance and trying to be inconspicuous?
Yeah.
Don't be suspicious.
They've got their own theme music.
I'm gonna do the Assassin's Creed thing, climb up a rooftop and then just jump.
And then jump into a bale of hay.
Yeah,
Not hard. We need you to sing the Mission Impossible song.
He's going to jump into a bale of hay and miss by 3 feet. So desync initiated.
Yeah, correct.
Grab the ledge.
I want to be like on a rooftop, ready to help shoot our way out if needed. I don't think it will be, but it's good to be prepared.
I want to be clear. Are you climbing onto a rooftop right now?
Oh, I'm dead serious.
In the middle of broad daylight on a festival?
Yeah, you're on your own on this one.
Don't be suspicious.
You start... The other three start making their way down the street. Within 20 seconds, you hear cheers and shouting, and turning back around, you can see halfway up the wall is Eredan climbing up, and there's a crowd gathered around him, just cheering and drinking, like, climb, 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 climb.
Well, there goes. I guess there's distraction for the rest of them, maybe.
That didn't work out how it was.
At about that point, the three of you who are further down the street, you can see the guard turn and look back and lean in. Oi! Why are they always Australian? Hey!
It's a very Australian thing to do, to be fair.
It really is.
You're bloody rude.
Cut it out.
Fine. So, is there a bale of hay that I can just miss?
There is a crowd of people beneath you.
Get them to catch you.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
trust
sure,
fall.
You trust fall
Can
into
I-
the crowd.
Can I oh no, the
I
only
reckon
person with me is Eminence, isn't it?
You're strong, Goyle. You'll be fine.
I'm going to attempt to trustful catch Eredan as he goes off the building.
I'm gonna do, I guess, an acrobatics check. So I try and, I'll try that.
Do a maneuver? Sure.
I got 16.
16, yeah, that's more than enough. You do a backflip off of the wall and land in the crowd, and they just erupt into cheers. And like a glass is put into your hand. People are like crowd surfing you while you're handed this beer. It is like full on 10 out of 10 celebration. There's this guy that was like, "What? I missed it. I was in the bathroom."
Do it again.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what have I done? Do it again.
Okay, so the other three of you approach towards the guard stand. He's looking down the street anyways, so he sees the three of you approach. And looks over and, I tell you, these festivals get crazier and crazier.
Oh, yes.
The three of you look like you could use some help.
Yes, not to add to the craziness of your day, because obviously it already has been. We had something of mild concern that we were wanting to report to someone. Where would be the best place to go? Can we just tell you? Do you have like an office building?
What are we talking about here? Are we looking at like a minor infraction, a break-in? Did somebody spill their beer on your boyfriend? What's happening?
No,
we say like minor concern, actually we mean that big, really big concern. And
but will hopefully only be minor if it's dealt with.
yeah.
Which is why we're coming to you.
Mm-hmm.
You've managed
mind the dog.
to not answer my question, though. What are we looking at?
Okay, so we're looking at like maybe
poison
someone.
everyone.
Yeah, so trying to take advantage of everyone being carefree and happy and having their guards down, and then they're going to manipulate everyone into paying for something to make them not feel sick.
Basically, someone has manufactured a poison into these fireworks, and when they set them off, they're all going to boom and poison themselves. And then this evil wizard, that made it sound like I wasn't taking this seriously, but I'm not joking. He has the antidote, and he's going to try and sell it back to everyone so that they're not, dead. But he's the one who poisoned them. That's illegal to sell a cure back to people after you poison them. Anyway, that's going to happen. So
we do have poison and the antidote to present, and
evidence samples.
This is a lot.
Yeah,
Did you ask if you had a manager?
Complaint center or...
Yeah, tell you what, I'll send you up. This is up my pay grade. I'll send you up to Pin. He's sort of like my specific platoon leader. He's stationed outside of the mayor's manor right now, and that's just a couple blocks down from here. You lot don't really look like you're from town, so
No.
I can give you directions towards that way.
Okay. Maybe you could come with us and introduce us to him, because you seem very trustworthy, and we are new here.
He kind of looks around.
The only bad thing happening at the moment is that idiot climbing the building. That's not so bad.
And he looks over. Eredan is still crowd surfing.
Look, we'd hate to pull you away from your guard post, but you may break up a petty fight or something here, but this really will affect the lives of many, many people if it's not dealt with.
Yeah, if this is true, this could be important. All right. And he kind of hops down off the platform. And is this all of you, or are there more?
That's for now, yeah.
For now, all right.
Well, you're with us now, so now there's more. Isn't that possible?
Nice save.
Sure. He starts making his way down the street through the crowd, and he looks to be heading closer and closer towards the center of town. The buildings are getting a little bit bigger. I saw that from Natalie. Son of a... I used like 3 words.
No, through the crowd. It just... I can't help it. I'm sorry.
He's walking down the causeway through the group of people that are congregating to celebrate this holiday. And eventually you find yourselves in front of a large 2-story manor. red brick facade, like ornamental vines all over the place. You can see a nice like wrought iron gate. Very clearly, like this is the upscale part of town, and it's a little less rowdy. But even in this nice area, there's like a park directly across the street, and people are like lying on blankets, drinking in the park, having a grand old time. There are 2 guards standing outside of the iron gate, and the guard whom you met and spoke with approaches them and briefly shares a few words, and they kind of look a little concerned before they open the gate and motion inward. And he turns back to you and says, Pin Bellner is my platoon leader. He is inside, overseeing the west wing of the manor. I have been told by my fellows here that one of them can take you in to see him specifically, but I should probably be heading back.
Well, thank you so much for your help.
And as far as the whole pay grade thing goes, maybe this will help. And I'm just going to give him a gold coin. Thank you for all of your help.
He looks at it and looks over at the other 2 and goes, "Ha!" And puts it in his pocket. Like, not at the 2 of you, but at the other 2 guards.
Yeah.
And starts walking back through the congregation of people. And passes by, presumably, Natalie, Eminence, and Eredan, who have followed at this point.
I guess so.
Sure.
I like to imagine us just exchanging an awkward look as he walks by, like, oh, fuck.
If he's like walking past us, I'm gonna like maybe like just like look kind of judgingly at Eredan, trying to like play up the like, what are you doing? You're being a silly goose kind of thing.
I just had an
Sure.
image of us trying to act natural and like grabbing each other and pretending to make out.
You all at the same time, not just one. It's just like all
Yeah,
of
no,
us.
just all of us.
All
And like
3.
smacking all your heads together in the middle and just, oh, God, that didn't work.
Yeah. As that happens, he walks by and is like, break it up.
Subtlety.
Yes. So one of the other guards kind of motions into the other 3 of you towards the front of the manor.
Follow him.
Okay.
Yep.
As the 3 of you are let in following the guard, the one remaining at the gates closes the gates.
It's fine.
I'm sure it's
He leads you up a set of marble staircases. There's an ornamental colonnade, yes, Gatorade colonnade, that sort of rises up. There are vines sort of intertwined around it. You can sort of smell the warm dust from the spring air is still nice and crisp. And in the park, there is a candied apple stand. And he is like freshly cooking the apples there. So the entire area, there's just this warm cinnamony odor in the air. And as the double doors are opened to the manor, you could see what looks like a party is going on, like a very sophisticated brunch. You can see people in very, very fancy and fine clothing, some with significant ornamental jewelry. Women have like large ball gowns and enormous hats. There appears to be some sort of festival party going on for the upper class in the city, currently being hosted by the mayor.
Why
And the
wasn't
guard.
I invited to this party?
The guard pulls you aside towards one of the other like dining rooms, and even in that room there are people talking and drinking and mingling, just like the high society party. And he says, wait here, I'm gonna go see if I can find Pin. He's floating around here somewhere.
of course.
Pin, you
Is
said?
there anything? Yes,
In
Pin.
Belnor, wasn't it?
Yes, Pin Bellner.
Belner.
I kind of see why I ended up the way he did.
I feel
Is
pity
there anything?
for him.
Is there anything anyone wants to do while you are temporarily left alone?
Like glasses of champagne floating around.
Oh, absolutely.
Just gonna like one of those.
Is there any thing of note happening? Like someone's making a toast, or there's anything like are people kind of just seated and eating, or is it like a standing kind of canapé bruncheon kind of thing?
It's a standing sort of situation.
Right.
Some people are seated and having conversation just for comfort, but it's all over the place.
Aery, do you see like the gentleman? If he was a wizard or something for the town, do you see him here?
Oh, I look around. Do I see him?
Make a perception check.
Oh God, what?
That's
if
a
he's
4, so I
Right.
don't know about this one. It's 10. Oh wait, it's 9.
9. Looking around, you're kind of like leaning this way and that, and you feel a tap on your shoulder. And directly behind you, you hear a voice say, "Excuse me, you looking for someone?" And turning around, you see a gentleman wearing a black and white tuxedo with a sort of like a flowery powder blue ascot, and like broad shoulders that extend just a little bit 80s style, just a little bit out past his actual shoulders.
Oh, I mean, maybe I was looking for you.
I'm charmed, dear, but I'm afraid I'm already taken. I don't think I've met you. Are you and your friends new here?
Yes, and to be very clear, we weren't actually invited to this party. Though, in my opinion, that must have been an oversight.
It seems to have been. Charmed. Pleasure to meet you. My name's Parsist.
I'm Eredan. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. And your friends?
Yes, I'm her escort. You know, can never be too careful even during celebration. Aery.
Of course.
I gave my actual name. I forgot I was in disguise. It's fine.
I don't think you did. You said Elvia.
I said Eredan, which is his actual his full
Oh,
name.
okay. I heard it in the accent, but sure, yeah.
Well,
Misunderstanding
I said
working in our
Elvia.
favor.
Who knows how to
I said
spell? No one
Elvia.
knows how to spell.
Yeah.
It's fine.
not me.
And you, ma'am? And he turns towards you, Oriana.
Mercy, thank you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Also, guard duty.
Sorry?
I'm watching her. I'm watching that one.
Ah, I understand. Well, thank you for coming to my party. It's a pleasure to have you. If there's anything I can help you with,
Oh,
don't
this
worry
is
about
your party. That would
Yes,
make
it
you the
is.
mayor, yes?
Guilty as charged.
Oh, well, it's so lovely to meet you.
And you as well. At about this point, as you're sort of making this polite conversation, you see a gentleman walk up in, again, similar conical hat, but you can see that his hair is kind of like braided around the top of his crown, even just like poking out through the hat. And he says, I was told to find you three for something. Also, good afternoon, Mayor. And
I
the
just
mayor turns
wanna
over. Afternoon.
whisper to probably not very sneakily, but like Bryn and Oriana be like, oh, should we? Mayor as well. It's kind of his town. Maybe like he should know.
Yes, certainly. We don't want to impose if you do have other guests that you need to be speaking with, but we were directed to pin Belna as we had some troubling news regarding the festivities that we were wanting to pass on.
Yes, as much as we would hate to ruin your night, it may be something that you should know also.
Well, that does sound important. Here, let's get a room. Come on into my study. Pin, you come too. And he motions over towards a side room, the door of which is currently closed, and he turns the door and swings it open. You can see a nice, very well decorated library. There's a painting in the background of the ocean, and the sun is like just above the horizon. Bookcases are lined. You can see that there is a drink tray in the corner, multiple leather chairs and a sofa along one of the walls, and he invites all of you in and then closes the door so that you're separated from the rest of the party. And well, what is it you find so disturbing? Pin, how many guards do we have here in the house? Real quick. And Pin looks over and, well, we have, there's 17 on the grounds, 2 out front, and 6 patrolling. Yes, I think that's correct. And Parsis looks back over, and I'm sure whatever it is, we can handle it.
Yes, that's the thing, that this particular problem is not so much one that requires muscle, more than a delicate hand at treating if it does happen, like we have information that leads to believe, unfortunately. And she'll bring out the 2 samples, one of the no root and the Squire's Bane. Unfortunately, we've only gotten to town recently. We won't be staying much long after, but in our short time that we've been here, we have a reason to believe that the fireworks that have been distributed all the seasons have a component of this in it. I'm not sure on your background in medicine, Mayor, but this is Squire's Bane. It is a very, very common berry, but significantly dangerous if eaten or exhaled. And this, which is, and she'll hold up the null root, the cure to the poisoning effect outside of magical cure. We have a reason to believe that the fireworks, when they go off, are going to release the Squire's Bane into the air, and then the people of the town within the proximity of the fireworks will subsequently inhale it and be forced to pay for a cure of something that they did not willingly ingest.
Well, that does sound quite frightening. What evidence do you have aside from the powder here?
Well, tangible.
We believe so. Shortly after arriving in town, I and my companions here, I believe, were targeted as newcomers, and we were actually kidnapped. And when we escaped, we managed to apprehend one of the people who were holding us, and he told us that the reason we had been taken, I suppose, was so that they could set us up and make it look as if we were the ones who were doing the poisoning. We still have him. So you could speak to him, maybe? Does that count as evidence? I don't know. I've never reported a crime like this before.
Our main concern is preventing something.
At that moment, the doors open into the study, and walking in, you can see another human male in a similar black tuxedo, but with a sort of like a powder pink ascot, looks in and, oh, there you are. Oh, you have company. And the mayor stands up and, oh, yeah, Nikolai, these are our guests. If you'll excuse us for a moment, I'll be right out. And the other gentleman kind of, oh, okay.
Are they married?
They're wearing similar tuxedos with just different colored ascots, and you do see rings on each of their faces.
I love them.
Nikolai says, "Oh, okay," and he kind of steps his way out. Can I get you anything? What about you folks? Do you want drinks or something?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, be quick, y'all. And closes the door. Sorry.
Of course.
Continue.
This is something that, I mean, if fireworks go off and no one reports any symptoms, it's something that can be ignored, but Squire's Bane does cause quite severe discomfort in the people that consume it. can cause death, particularly in children, and which is why, like I said, we're passing through, but we just felt like it wasn't something that we could move on without reporting. We've had word from this associate of this plan that Lady Elvia has mentioned, who has given us information as to where the cure is stockpiled and the individual who was meaning to sell it for profit.
And do you know who this individual is?
Yes, but I can't remember his name.
I have it written down. Yeah. So I believe it's a local alchemist or wizard, a Kodas Chin.
Yeah, I know of him.
So it's, I mean, if Mr. Chin all of a sudden has a miracle cure to this ailment, it does give symptoms of an illness, but it is a poison. I did speak with your local herbalist. I actually, when I came to the town, treated a young boy that was showing symptoms already from Squire's Bane. So she is aware of null roots being the cure.
That's good.
Perhaps it could be arranged that an announcement goes out and this year the fireworks are cancelled. Maybe you could say that there was an accident in the production and they're
Yes,
not dangerous. They're not dangerous? They are dangerous. Accidentally made really safe fireworks.
While I do think that is a good idea, I'm afraid that it's going to be pretty hard to stop. There's been drinking since sunrise, and even if we say don't do it, somebody's
even if
going to let
less
loose.
people do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're absolutely right. He pulls out a notepad and starts taking notes and looks over and Pin, see if you can assemble I don't know, some kind of investigation squad to figure out what's going on here. I want some of these guards, and he looks back over to you, to check out. You'll have to forgive me. You're new folks to town, so I want to make sure that this isn't a hoax or anything.
Of course.
We're going to have him and his folks check that out and then report back to me. And if we find evidence that corroborates your story, I'll go ahead and put out that statement.
Might I offer, if you do have a resident alchemist or mage that you trust on premise or even outside of your housing, if you would like to take these two, this is an accurate dosage, cure Squire's Bane poisoning. And if they wanted to analyze the Squire's Bane in and of itself and see if they had alternatives outside of Null Root, you're welcome to take these.
Yeah, I would be happy to. I have just the person in mind. And he holds out his hand.
Yeah, she hands them.
Yeah, thank you. He sets it down. Well, this is mighty exciting. You know, every year we say it's going to be a festival never to forget, but sometimes life has a funny way of keeping you on your toes, right?
Yes, well, if everyone shits themselves to death, then I'm sure the people who are left are really going to.
There'll be one for the ages.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, all right. Well, I can't stay holed up in here. I'm gonna go out with Pin, and
of course.
We're gonna see what we can do here. You're welcome to stay and collect yourselves. I understand you've been through a lot for the past few days. Actually, if you'd like, I'd like you to stay on the premises, just in case we have any further questions for you.
Certainly.
And is there anything else I could do for you? Maybe you've got some friends back at an inn, or travel with some horses that we can have brought back into town.
I'll look at.
We were missing some horses, actually.
Yeah, I'm missing 2 horses.
I'll have someone take a look at that, and he nods towards Pin, and Pin nods. Yes, horses.
Thank you so much.
And nothing else? Food, water?
Oh, we are fine, thank you.
I understand. Yeah, all right. This is a lot. Thank you for bringing this to me. It does mean a lot.
Of course.
And he stands up to start heading out of the room. And apparently does so. Unless
Yeah,
anyone
we won't
stops
stop him.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
He
That's
opens
shit
the
to
doors. Yeah.
We jump him. We tie him up.
Do we skin his face?
Not
Yes, and then we
acid.
wear it
Yeah.
and we make the announcement.
No, put it on. Nobody panic. I have an announcement.
I am the
Handsome Jack.
This is
Handsome
just
Jack over
becoming
here.
llamas with hats.
Yeah.
Okay, he makes his way back out into the party, and you can see nearby, outside of the door, is the other gentleman, Nikolai, and the two of them kind of get close for a moment and whisper a bit to each other. And you can see Nikolai is like a little concerned and looks back in the study at the three of you before looking back over, and seems to be allayed somewhat by some of the words of Parsis. Before finally they disappear back into the throng of people, and Pin Bellner turns back towards the three of you, salutes, and starts walking off to find some guards.
So are we alone in the room now?
Yes, but the door is open to the
That's
rest of the
okay.
party.
I'm going to turn my back to the door as if I'm speaking to. Well, I am going to speak to Oriana and Brynjael, but so that my back is to the door to say like, so just thinking, maybe I feel bad. He seems nice. Maybe we should get rid of the body of his son so that he doesn't know that he was involved in this, and also so that they don't know that we killed him. I think things would go much better if they never find out about that. I could a message to our friends who are on the outside. Perhaps they can it.
So was it Pin Bellner? Like, was that the captain of the guard, or was that just the head of the other officer's platoon?
You get the sense that was the head of the platoon.
Not
the
necessarily
full,
captain
like,
of the guard?
ceremonial, like, yeah,
Right,
he was
that's
not
what
the
I-
full,
right.
like, captain.
I still feel like things will go much better if they don't know about it.
I think it's
Look,
perhaps a good idea.
are any of us ever going to come back here?
Wait, you're not. I think you're
Yeah.
outside.
in the room.
Three of us aren't there. We're still outside.
Right. So I got like half of what Jimmy said, and then she pointed like that. I'm like, what's behind me?
It's behind you.
I mean, potentially, but what if they go and investigate, and they're there when they're trying to get rid of it?
Well, at the moment, I don't think we actually told them where to look. We
That's
just,
true.
they're just going out to tell everyone not to set off their
I
fireworks.
mean, if we're telling them where to go, we can report to the alchemy shop that yourself and Eminence was at, Aery. And they can go
Oh,
from
that's
that
a point.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but then maybe they'll be like, why did you come out this side and you didn't tell us? I think we should just,
I think
we
we've
don't
given them
have
enough
to.
information.
I mean,
Have
you're
we?
much smarter than I am, so I'm going to let you take the lead on this particular idea.
Me? Oh, not many people say that to me, but you're right. I am very smart. I just think that things will go better if they don't know we killed this, like, kind of important guy.
At that
Eredan
point of
is
the
only-
conversation, you hear behind you, and turning around, you see Pin along with 4 other members of the guard, and says, where is this evidence that you suggested?
Well, we have a man tied up in a hotel room. It looks a lot more suspicious than it is.
I
will
mean,
just tell you that in
the
advance.
cure as well. We've been given information from this gentleman that the cure is at the residence of Kordas Shin.
If you check there, you'll know that we are not lying. Or that our informant is lying.
And that's the important part as well. If you can't stop all the fireworks, that's the cure. That's the important part that you have to give to people so that they don't die.
Okay. Well, we're gonna travel one place at a time.
What's
Where am I going first?
We
I
feel
would
like
direct-
it's more important you get the cure.
the cure?
I agree.
I understand. I can petition for a warrant, and hopefully, the judge is here. We can have it ready and signed by the documents in town, probably within the hour. Is there any other place you would like me to investigate before then?
I think maybe the man in the well, not first. I think that like you can back up our story afterwards, but for now, probably better just to get the cure, right? Because we do have this guy, like I said, he is tied up in our hotel room. He's not going anywhere. We're very good at tying knots, I think. So you can talk to him like whenever you want, but after everyone's not sick, you know.
I mean, you would probably know better than us who creates and supplies the fireworks. We don't know the craftsmen of the town. We just knew about the fireworks themselves.
And how did you figure that out?
Because this is what the gentleman that we have tied up in our room told us.
And why did he tie you up?
We tied him up.
We tied him up.
Yeah. So we were kidnapped and we were in a room, and then we got out of the room and we tied him up, and then he told us everything, and I think that's exactly how it went.
Make a deception check.
Deceiving, that's exactly what happened.
You're skirting around the truth.
I wasn't even I was actually trying to see what happened.
And I assist by saying, yes, that is exactly how I recounted it also.
You can have advantage, Aery.
That's how I remember it. I was being legit. Well, that's a 13.
You have advantage.
You can do it again.
Oh yeah. That's an 18. Plus I have +6 on deception.
Holy
so...
shit. No worries.
Aery's a saucy boy.
Yeah. So Aery kind of like squints a little bit. Sorry, not Aery. He squints at Aery. Yes. Well, I'll see.
Sorry, it's been a very big day. I am a little bit, frazzled. If I could have a nap or something, maybe I would be able to put myself together.
Bryn will swoop in and, Lady Elvia, if you need to sit again and kind of take Aery's hand and hand on the shoulder. I know.
Thank you.
I know it's been a very difficult day for you.
Yes. Okay. Well, enjoy your rest.
Thank you.
And he
and
steps
the
out.
hotel
And
we were staying. Oh, never mind.
he's like in the doors. Yes.
The hotel that we were staying at, if you would like to speak to the gentleman that we apprehended, it is the Hero Her.
Okay. And begins closes the doors.
Okay, goodbye. So yeah, should we send them a message?
Seems rather suspicious. I don't know if maybe we should ask them to follow the guard. Well, suspicious to you?
I think everyone is just very nice.
I mean, the mayor seemed very on board when we were saying, look, we don't want people to die. He seemed actually concerned. And then his lovely husband seemed very concerned as well. And then Pin was just like, well, how did you know about the fireworks? Why were they tied up? What was happening? And we had to retell the information on top of what we'd already told the mayor.
Maybe he's doing his job. He could just be a very thorough man. Isn't that better than if they didn't care?
That's true, but isn't his job following directives from the mayor? If the mayor told him to do something, should he really be questioning us again?
I don't know. I'm not. I don't work in government. I don't know how the hierarchy works.
The three of you outside. You guys have been hanging out for a little bit. What have you been doing? Have you just been loitering outside of the mayor's manor?
I'm gonna say that we were trying to be as inconspicuous as possible and going on the pretending to be drunk thing from earlier. Natalie's gonna be trying to follow the road and walk in a straight line, and then every now and then just fall a little or whatever, and just keep walking along this. Yeah.
Sure.
I like to think that Eminence has stashed a couple of those hand-rolled cigarettes we found in one of those blokes, and it's just passed them out and is sort of trying to figure out, she doesn't smoke, but she's trying to lean against a wall and smoke and look all cool and nonchalant.
Okay. Are you actually smoking one? Have you lit one? Yes?
Was that a yes?
Yeah. Okay, make a wisdom saving throw for me.
No, I'm smart but not wise, I think.
Wait, how does
I
that
would-
work?
No, I think 9.
A 9?
9.
So you lean back and you're like, wow, I look really cool. I look really cool.
Yeah.
Why is that elephant looking at me weird? Why is that elephant purple? Where'd all the people go? And you fall into a trip. This is basically homebrew peyote. And as you are sitting there smoking, you look cool. On the inside, you are seeing visions, hearing voices. Not like the usual visions and voices, but like that scene in Dumbo where the circus goes down.
Yeah. Big lipped alligators.
Yeah. It's full on like that. And Natalie and Eredan, just at a glance, you can see that Eminence's eyes are fully dilated. Just like massively dilated as she's smoking this cigarette.
Oh dear. Well, at least we'll have a decent excuse.
Yeah.
As I'm just imagining Eminence just standing there like...
I'm very still against the wall, but my mind is everywhere and nowhere at once.
Yeah. As far as like just looking like a casual smoker, like you do look like a casual smoker, but you trip them all. Eredan, is there anything you want to do?
So I'm just like, I'm either busking or like staggering around. So, because I got free drinks before, right? So I'm just chugging those, spilling it all over the place, just being your absolutely traditional drunken lout.
Oh my god, you guys are gonna actually be too waxed to be helpful.
I haven't actually had anything to drink. I'm pretending.
I know, but you're just the mom trying to control toddlers. You have two toddlers that have had too much sugar, and you're like, oh god.
So the three of you are probably outside separately for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. When Oriana, you're actually the first to see this. There are guards gathering at the manor, not like 1 or 2, but like 6 or 8. And they gather up their information 2 lines of 3 separately. And 3 of them separate to the right, and the other 3 separate to the left. And as they round the corner of the house, they try to do it surreptitiously. You see that they draw their weapons as they disappear down the sides of the house.
We're gonna fucking die.
Yay! Death!
I
Inside
would
of the
like
house,
to relay that information.
inside of the house, you hear a knock on the door.
Hello?
Y'all still in here?
Yeah.
Of course.
All right, just wanted to double check. And you hear footsteps walking away.
Okay, that's weird. Where would we even go?
Speaking of weird, outside the window, the guards seem to be here instead of going elsewhere.
One of them is as you look outside of the window, there's like a small garden. Outside on the edges of those 2 gardens, you can see 2 guards standing.
I don't think they were there before. I think they're there for us.
Why? We haven't done anything wrong.
I'm only saying, you didn't think that was weird?
Not
just
really.
Oh, you're
Seems
still
so
inside
nice.
the room. I don't know. Maybe he would come back with cake. That would have been nice.
Maybe he will. Although we said we didn't need anything, so I don't know. We
Well,
should have
got
said that we needed
sugar.
cake.
And was this looking out? So this the room that we're in it has a window looking outside.
Yes.
Does it? Does it have like a balcony, or is it just a window?
You guys are still on the first floor, on the ground floor. It's just a window.
Okay. And so out the window, there's guards now.
Yes. Yes,
Really
outside
wish we
in
were
the garden.
still level 11, so I had like a bunch of teleportation spells.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Can Bryn get up and just like gently try the door? Is it locked?
As you try the door, very gently and delicately, it is locked. Yes.
Are there any other doors?
There is not.
Crap. Can we make a door with them?
You can certainly try.
No, probably not a good idea.
Flew out our window.
Well, I would
You
say
don't
now is a
think-
good time to send a message, probably.
What do I say?
Well, that's we're in a locked room that's being guarded.
Okay.
Little suspicious?
Let me check how many words I get to say in my message.
I think it's
Isn't it
25.
25?
Or is it 10 for message?
thought-
It doesn't say.
I thought it was 10, but I could be wrong.
Well, message,
No.
sending or message? Sending's 25, I think. But
message, but it doesn't
Message
say.
is like a time limit, I think.
Well,
You
it's
have
also,
one
isn't that a
round. You have
cantrip
6
that you can just
It's a cantrip.
technically, yeah, you can just like layer as many as you want.
You point your
Ah.
finger towards a creature within range, 120 feet. Target and only the target hears the message and can reply in a whisper. It can pass through solid objects. So for 6 seconds.
Okay,
So 3.
I'll do my best. But if I,
Oh, who are you doing it to?
I guess probably Natalie. She seems responsible. I kind of can't send it to Emmy. I should have
Sure.
said it, but I feel like I would send it to Natalie.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be like, hi Natalie. Just so you know, I'm sending you a message straight into your head. Anyway, I'll start again. Yeah, this keeps
Message is
sending
over.
out, so I'm done. So I think that maybe we told the mayor that we are trying to help him, but he seems to think we're not helping him. And now we're going to be arrested, I think. What do you think we should do? I don't know.
Cause a distraction!
Well, I was gonna say a distraction, but can I reply?
Yeah,
Can you
I
reply?
think.
You can, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So you have 6 seconds to reply.
Get ready to leave. We'll make a big noise and a big distraction. Find us later.
Okay, thank you.
Can I see any of the guards that she's talking about?
Did
At this
Aery
point,
say
yes.
Did Aery say out loud where in the building we were? Or did did Aery tell us what she sent in the message? And also you didn't mention where in the building we are.
She did not. Also, you point your finger towards a creature.
I
the target
whisper
hears
the
only
message, so you
target.
probably could.
So the target and only the target hears the message.
No, that's what I mean. Like, you can say it
yeah.
out loud, like to tell us what
Yeah,
was just
I-
sent in the message.
Yeah, I would have just spoken it
But retail,
so that they could hear.
recounted it.
Sure. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I am going. So can I see? Sorry, the guard.
Looking over now
Guards.
towards the side of the house, yeah, you can pretty clearly see like guards have been stationed up outside.
Okay, I'm going to very quickly relay it to Eredan and Eminence and just be like, look, they've just sent me a message. They are now trapped inside. Apparently the mayor didn't quite believe them in the way that they want to, and I'm thinking big distraction. Eredan, you're pretty good at this thing. How about we try on both sides? Let's just fling rocks at him and just start shit. I'm sure guards hate that kind of thing. Eminence, get ready to
can-
run.
Big
Do you
distraction I
see
can
them
do.
too?
I would suggest that
God.
rocks are not the way to go.
I can yell pretty loudly.
All right, so at this point, I take off and I start running up the nearest wall again, like in full view of the guards. So while I'm climbing, I pull out my bow and I point at the guard that's like nearest to me, and I yell out like at the top of my lungs, "Ladies and gentlemen, come and see a feat of strength!" And I watch as I shoot the helmet off the top of this guard's head.
The guard turns and looks at you and says, "I wouldn't, son."
I gasp in
Arrested
amazement and try
for
to follow
attempted murder.
Eredan up the wall.
You're going to attempt to follow Eredan up the wall. Okay, cool. I am literally
I'm-
dealing with toddlers. Okay.
Sure.
Chasing
told
an
you.
amazing lemur right now.
Yeah. And then just keep bullshitting to try and make as many of the guards as angry
Sure.
and following me as much as possible.
Make a perception check. Or sorry, performance check. Performance,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Excellent. I have +7. 16 +7 is
23.
23.
That's very good. Yeah. The guard is like clearly not having any of it, but you are starting to draw a crowd, and that in turn is pulling the attention of the other guards. People are starting to wander around. Go ahead.
So there's a crowd, right?
They're starting to build one. Yeah.
It's a fairly brawly crowd, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up and punch someone. I'm gonna start a fight.
Okay. You run over and just punch someone.
Like some fairly strong looking guy. Like, you know, try and find someone like pretty, you know, they've got a bit of a pack behind them and like, you know, like trying to find like the big guy in the group and just be like, fucking nail it.
Yeah. You find a guy. There is a human who looks like a blacksmith, and he looks to be pretty deep into his cups. Like, even standing still, he's kind of doing that thing where he's swaying a little bit. And you just walk up and sock him in the face. He goes to the ground hard, and immediately there's just like a quick wave of silence that goes across the crowd as everyone kind of turns and looks over, and the blacksmith rolls over and right, and cracks his knuckles. At this point, the guards are like, whoa, calm down there. And the crowd just immediately starts cheering, fight! And it starts to escalate. Oriana,
can we hear inside, like, start hearing yelling and stuff? Yeah?
You do, yes. Yeah.
Can Bryn just, like, gently see if the window is locked? Like...
Sure, the window? Yeah, you go over to it. It doesn't appear to be locked. It appears to be a window that you just open from the inside.
Okay.
The two guards that were outside the window still outside the window?
They are still holding post, yes.
Yeah.
Bark.
Sorry, loud.
Bryn's just going to keep an eye on the guards and see if, as this chaos unfolds, if they're going to be, like, distracted or not.
Yeah, as you kind of walk over to the window and take a look outside, one of the guards turns around and, like, looks in and sees you at the window and, like, shakes his head no. And you see a man that looks very similar to Rilio. Bald head, large bushy beard, exact same facial features, but maybe 20 years early.
God, isn't it a shame we don't have his son's face in a bag?
No.
Bryn's just gonna, like, try and faint. She's just like, what's going on out there? Kind of thing.
Turns back, he points back inside.
The fuck does that mean?
Very much just like, what? And she's gonna, like, pretend to, like, look past him and more, like, try and look in the direction that all the noise is starting.
Sure.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Punch through the window? Try me, bitch! Like...
Punch the window.
Yeah.
Okay, Oriana, you were climbing a fence, was it?
You mean
Eminence is climbing a fence.
Eminence, sorry.
I followed Aaron, follow him up the wall. When that didn't work and the fight started around me, I've just kind of frozen and everything is happening too fast and I'm starting to panic.
Okay.
So I'm just standing in the middle of this bar fight, like...
Yeah, you're getting, like, jostled from different directions as, like, other people are like, hey, you spilled my drink! No, you spilled mine! And it's just slowly starting to spiral out of control over here. Is there anything else that anyone else wants to do?
I'm yelling and screaming. Like, I'm like,
yeah,
fight! Take me down! Like, and I've flown myself into a rage at this point.
Yep, the blacksmith stands up and wipes some of the blood away from his cheek and, right, have at me! And pops his knuckles. He's a big guy.
All right.
Go ahead and make a performance check.
Sure.
To try and rile the crowd.
I would also like to kind of, like, move around a little in hopes that if he misses me, he's going to hit someone else.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you advantage.
Okay, sure.
because you're
That
raving.
was a natural 20.
Nice.
Damn,
Perfect.
son.
So he pulls back for a wide haymaker, and you literally just like lean forward, and the guy behind you just gets socked right in the face. He's like, "Hey!" And he starts trying to get in on the fight as well, and it's like tinder to a flame. It just roars out as it just turns into this big old brawl. You can see people in the park are like standing up and looking over as well to see what's happening. The candied apple salesman is like, "Oh, shame." Oriana, you are starting to have a panic attack. Do you want to Eminence? Dang it! I keep doing it.
They are sisters.
Yeah. Eminence, you're starting to have a panic attack. Why don't you go ahead and make me? What do you think? Wisdom or charisma saving throw?
I mean, one is my worst stat and one is my best. So, how much do you like me?
I'll let you decide which saving throw you want to use.
Look, wisdom, man.
Wisdom, okay.
11.
11, sure. So your panic attack doesn't get any worse, but it doesn't get any better.
Cool. I would like to cast Sword Burst as a cantrip.
No.
Okay, in a crowd of people?
Yes, I'm creating a circle of swords that spin around me and protect me. Each creature within range must make a dex saving throw or take 1d6 force damage.
Okay.
Die.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you're probably surrounded by 8 people.
Mhm.
In a crowd. I'm just going to start rolling d20s. What's your DC?
Good question.
That was
13.
Oh, the demon.
It is
13?
13.
So 5 of the people fail. And they just are forcefully pushed back out of the crowd. And you can see one of the guys drinking is like, "It's no fair. He's using magic." Eredan, you see this happen. Natalie's in a full-on fist fight just to draw as much attention as possible. Oriana has started. Eminence has started casting spells in the crowd. Just
I
pushing
reach
more
up
people out.
and try to pat one of the friendly bats that helped me.
Okay, yeah. The arcane magic just kind of drifts and flutters through your fingers.
All right. So how alcoholic is this beverage that I've been handed?
It's like a beer.
Oh, boo! Damn it.
Are you gonna try to light it on fire? What?
Correct.
Oh my god.
Molotov cocktail.
Damn it.
I will say that you saw the blacksmith when he got punched. He did drop like a half-drunk bottle of something that looked strong.
All right, cool. I'll use that.
You reach down and grab it from the feet scuffling about in the fight.
I would like to also keep in mind that I'm basically looking for the first opportunity to be able to duck out once it's like sufficiently
spun up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like sure. I need to find evidence because she should not have been
Evidence
left
is
alone.
standing in the crowd, just like
yeah, like a literal child, just like holding their balloon, like.
Eredan, you've got the bottle.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna I wanna kind of skirt around the edge of the riot, for lack of a way to put it. And find something like a bale of hay or something like that that looks really combustible. Like that just looks like it'll just go up but isn't like in the middle of like a building or something. Like something that's a bit away that it won't cause.
There is a wheeled cart full of oil and boiling water that is currently cooking candied apples in the park.
Okay, are there people in it? Because
are there people in the cart? No. It's like a 2-wheeled push cart sort of thing. There's like a little umbrella over the top.
Yeah, but there's no one like cooking out of it at the moment.
There's a guy next to it who's making the apples.
All right, okay. So I walk up to him and I go, "Excuse me, there's been an emergency
yes?
in the catering area, just over there, and I just point like some distance away around the
He
corner.
looks over. What? I don't understand.
They said that they need your help. I need you to go straight away. There's way more customers than they can deal with. They just need an extra pair of hands. So
Oh,
I guess
that's
this
very
way
good.
you-
And he kicks the brakes out from under the under the cart, and starts wheeling the cart back and rotating it towards that direction. Starts looking to walk with the cart.
And I'm like, no. They just need you to help them
Stop out.
cook at the stand. I'll watch your cart. You go now.
Where exactly?
And I just point back towards the right area.
That seems dangerous. In the mayor's manor? On the other side of the crowd?
Yes, they need extra hands in the kitchen.
Okay,
There's a big
calm
party.
down. You're very bad at communication. And he starts walking.
I am yeah. All right, cool. So I wait till he's just a little bit out of sight, and I set the cart alight. I pull some gold out my pocket, enough approximately that I think would cover it. Leave it on the ground next to the cart.
How much do you think would cover it?
It's a wooden cart. It can't be that much. I don't know. Say 4 gold, 5 gold.
5 gold? You drop 5 gold in the grass next to the cart and start walking away. And it's like a cool guys don't look at explosions. You start walking in slow-mo. You turn back. Nothing happens. You keep walking forward. And then poof, the oil catches and ignites. The sugar canister on the side just explodes in a great plume of smoke.
Yeah,
And you like audibly flinch from the just massive loud explosion. No cool sunglass moment this time.
No.
Somewhere in the crowd, Eminence is just like,
Yeah. At this point, Natalie, you can grab onto Eminence and make your way outside of the crowd, and you catch Eredan just coming out of the other side. You can see some of the guards are starting to now pull away from the sides of the mayor's manor as well, and try to investigate this explosion here in the beginning.
All right. Seeing as I was kind of obvious about what I did, I'm just gonna pull my cloak up a little bit.
Yeah,
just so it's cover
over the head.
face, and then just be like, let's just look for our friends. Hopefully they got out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming we hear the explosion of the cart.
Yes,
inside.
you do. The windows kind of like rattle in the frame a little.
And the guards don't move, I'm assuming?
One of them does, but the one that looks like Rilio stays.
Bryn is going to open the window and just say, for God's sake, what is going on out there? We have Lady Elvia.
Close that window in there. I don't want you folks going out. I've been told to keep you in that room.
We're not going out a window. Do you know who this is? And she points at Aery.
Respectfully, I do not. And if you'll please close the window and follow my orders.
This is Lady Elvia of the Silver Court, and I'm not shutting this window. You know how claustrophobic she gets, and now there's explosions going on in a park, and you're
he
standing there
reaches
dilly-dallying.
behind him and pulls out some manacles. Madam, close the window.
What, so you're telling us that you think we're going to jump out a window, now you're going to vault in a window? We're going to sit down, but the window needs to stay open so that Lady Elvia doesn't get claustrophobic.
He narrows his eyes. A crack.
Excuse me?
Close the window, but if you need it open, just a crack.
Right. And may I ask why we're having people stationed on us when all we're doing is helping?
I'm following orders, ma'am.
You?
What is your name? What is your rank? Tell me immediately.
My name is, did I write down his name already? My name is Quadrum.
You know it's good for you and your future in this career path. You will let us leave the window open and also maybe go for a refreshing walk.
He chuckles to himself. Ma'am, I've been captain of the guard for 12 years. This career path has done me
and
good.
I don't like to have to look at you, so just turn around or something. I don't know.
Close the window, ma'am.
No. And she's going to like push it as open as she can and then just step back.
Also, Kat, we didn't hear a thing you said. Nah,
It was
it's
sassy.
making it worse.
Ah!
I forgot to
At
turn
this
off.
point-
I forgot to turn off the noise suppression again.
You're saying that you're working on orders to stand there and stay guard. I'm working on orders to keep Lady Elvia as comfortable as possible. You have no idea what's gone through in her day, and a lady of her nobility doesn't need to be
It's
sticking her
been-
neck
oh,
out.
The most terrible day. Please turn around. I don't want to look at your ugly face anymore. It's making me very sad.
Lady Elvia, I'm so sorry.
All right. I had enough of this. And at this, he starts walking away further along the side of the house.
Oh, jump us down again. We are so successful.
Right, now what?
I don't know.
This was after the explosion's gone off. She's like,
Yes.
Bryn's gonna like look out, and as if she's just like, yes, you walk away kind of attitude in case he looks back, but she's gonna look out.
Yeah, and you can see that he has just walked in through the back door on the side of the house.
Do you
into
think
the
he's
house.
coming to get us?
Coming into the
Are there
house, I
any,
think.
so there are no guards outside right now?
No, they're not.
No.
Right.
Fucking chair in like back of the door and yeeting out the window.
You're moving a chair against the door?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you
If we
slide it
can't get out, they can't get in.
and as you're walking across the room to the window, you hear and from the other side,
We run, we jump out the
She's
window.
gonna
we run.
like, Bryn's gonna like help Area like out the window, just like
Throwing
yeet
me across the
Aery,
corner.
Yeah.
yeet Ori, and then like vault out the window herself.
yeah, the three of you make it out. As the three of you touch down just outside of the window, the back door opens once again, and rushing out is that same individual, Quadrim, and he says, "Hey, stop! Where are you going?"
Okay.
He
I
ran.
feel like in the time it took us to get out of the window.
Okay, fine. You get a 20-foot head start.
I'm sorry. I just...
I
and
reckon-
that's where we'll
like-
end this session.
Oh,
As the
Oh
three
my
of you
god.
start making your way along the side of the house, Quadrim rushes out from the other side, says, "Hey, stop!" And coming around the side of the building are the other three: Natalie, Eredan, and a very high-looking Eminence.
I would like everyone to know I've
and we're
basically
running.
got like,
They're trying to catch us.
Yeah.
Oh boy! Wow, that was a long session.
That's so
That
good.
went-
Long session.
That went away.
Yeah, but where was the
didn't it?
part to like stop? Like we just go
Yeah,
go.
things just kept happening.
But now I'm still suspicious as to if it's the mayor or if it's specifically the guards.
I
I still stand by the guards as shit.
I reckon
Yeah.
the mayor was sus as hell.
Well, I
Everyone's
didn't do. I was going to insight check, but then he just left, and I forgot to do an insight check. And I'm like, damn.
That's the worst.
I know, to see if he was like seeming sincere. His husband seemed lovely. He offered if we needed refreshment.
I know. It bumped him.
Yeah, but they can still be lovely and be working in the interests of their people and think
Well,
that you are a
in my
threat.
head, Nikolai, which was the husband, is innocent. He's just like trying to like do a good thing.